Am I live? Okay. Hey everyone, this is Xenoblade Chronicles 2 JRPG released by Monolith Soft. So if you know Monolith Soft, they worked on quite a few pretty notable games like Breath of the Wild and even The Legends of Arceus. And they're definitely a company that knows what they're doing. So this is a really quality JRPG. If you like really deep story, complex battle mechanics, this really great soundtrack, you're in for a good show. So I'm joined here today by Sunny, who has very graciously agreed to lend me his very soothing voice for this commentary. Sunny, would you like to say hi?
Hey everybody.
And also, would you like to make any disclaimers?
Oh yeah, I learned this run like yesterday and the day before, so Quadra's going to correct me if I screw anything up, but we have some handy dandy notes here, so it's going to be great.
All right, so we're going to get right into this run, and immediately upon starting, we're going to dive straight into a battle, so there's going to be stuff to explain right away. The game's going to, the time will start when I confirm OK here, so 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
All right.
Time to
so
take
immediately
you down.
on loading in, you're going to notice that we start in combat. So Rex is the main character here, and he's wielding this giant sword. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is kind of like an MMO-style battle system where you have your character that's constantly auto-attacking, and then they also have arts. So if you look on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, you see the arts available to Rex, and they charge up with that little pink bar that goes around them. Quadra was doing auto-attack canceling right there, so every time that Rex swings his sword, Quadra was hitting the joystick and moving Rex slightly, and that resets his attack animation and allows the arts to be used a little bit quicker, which is going to be important specifically with Rex because his attack animation is really long.
Yep, and here we're going to get into the first area of this game called Argentum. This is a trade guild, and Rex here is a salvager. He dives into the Cloud Sea and looks for things that he can sell. Here in Argentum, he's actually going to turn in some of the stuff that he just hauled up. And he's also going to be summoned by the chairman of Argentum. So, upon reaching his office, he's given a commission by a mysterious group of people known as Torna. And they're looking for a very specific type of people from a land known as Leftheria to do this commission. And Rex happens to fulfill that criteria, which is why Rex has been selected for this commission. We also receive an advance payment of 100,000 gold, which is going to be very useful. We're going to use that to start to prepare for the run ahead.
Yeah, so this first section is just kind of the tutorial. You're learning kind of the controls of the game. It's giving you the flow of the game. The biggest thing that's happening right now is Quadra's going around and tagging all the locations that are going to allow him to skip travel to a little bit later. So at any time that it's faster to use the skip travel function instead of running, Quadra's going to do that. It's basically just the time of the load versus the time of the walk.
Yep, and you're also going to see that I'm skipping all the cutscenes here. That's really nice. It turns the speedrun from like something like, I don't know, like 20-hour run into a 4-hour run, which is pretty nice.
It definitely makes it a little bit more manageable. Alright, so this is the first purchase of the run, so the Abyss Vest. That's the only Abyss Vest in the game, correct?
Yep, it is.
So that's going to give Rex a little bit of tankiness, which, like in the early game of JRPGs, generally before you get your full setup, like you're not that powerful. So any little bit helps, especially at the start of the run.
Yep, and now Rex, being a really good boy, he's actually going to send 90,000 gold back to his hometown of Fonsat Village. So thank you, Rex. We totally didn't need that money for anything else. Totally wouldn't have been useful for this run whatsoever.
Yeah, his mom is getting a 90% commission on everything he does, apparently, which is, like, ridiculous, but it's okay. We'll have the DLC to bail us out.
Yep. But before we get into the DLC, we're actually going to learn about salvaging. Now, this is a mini-game that allows Rex to dive into the Cloud Sea and bring up treasure. And unfortunately, in the speedrun, we don't really have much use for this. We're only going to do salvaging one more time in this run, and that's to get a specific skill later in Chapter 6. So I'm just going to mash through this mini-game just to make it go a bit faster.
Yeah, so Rex is going to completely fail and just like fall off the side. But since this is the tutorial salvage, it's set what you're going to get. He can pull up anywhere between 0 to 3 of these crabs, as well as the salvage. So it looks like Quadra got 2. Yeah.
So I'm going to have to jump to the side a bit just to avoid these crabs. They can actually aggro me, which prevents me from talking to this NPC here.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of bad RNG, but it doesn't waste that much time.
So now we're going to go up to the 3rd floor of Argentum, and we're going to learn about pouch items. So these are consumable items that can grant you passive effects during your battle. And the pouch item that we're going to purchase as part of the tutorial is going to increase our ether defense. And that's not really going to be too useful in the speedrun, but we're going to purchase much better pouch items very shortly.
Yeah, again, so the game, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 really does a good job of kind of giving you access to all of the things that the game offers very, very quickly. So there's going to be a lot of explanation of the various systems that kind of go into this, because in the first 2 chapters you basically unlock everything. Alright, so this is the inn. As Quadra is running around and getting landmarks, you get bonus XP, and you have to go to the inn to turn in your bonus XP into levels. So levels, your stats go up, so higher level is generally better. There are a couple of level thresholds later on in the run that we'll mention that you are basically required to hit in order for the speedrun strats to work.
Yep, and now that we're done taking a rest at the inn, we're going to head over to the ship so we can actually start our mission. And I'm not going to skip travel, I'm actually going to jump down here to the accessory shop, and I'm going to purchase a couple of items. The fluffy hat here and the muscle belt, these are going to increase Rex's damage. Now I'm going to go into the menu, I'm going to accept the DLC, and while I'm there, I'm also going to turn off enemy aggression. Now with the money I just accepted from DLC, I'm going to go over to the dessert shop here, and I'm going to purchase Narcipear Jelly, which is by far the best pouch item you can get for the speedrun.
Yeah, Narcipear Jelly is like pretty ridiculous for the point in the game that we're in. It's going to give Quadra basically passive arts regeneration. So normally your arts only regenerate when you're auto-attacking, but with the Narcipear Jelly, it's just going to constantly tick up, and that's going to allow him to do more damage than usually available at this point in the game.
Yep. When I first started playing this game, I didn't know about arts recharge pouch items, and believe me, my combat was really slow. But once I started learning more and more about the game and I started taking advantage of stuff like this, my experience with the combat improved drastically. Anyway, here we're on the Maelstrom, and we're actually going to talk to our clients here. And we're going to talk to a bunch of people, Jin, Nia, and her blade Jolmark. I'm going to talk to Mallows here. Totally a really nice guy. He seems like a cool dude. Like, his name doesn't give anything off. Totally doesn't have the root. Totally doesn't have any connection to the root word of evil. But after talking to the clients, we can actually start our commission. So I'm gonna start a shift here, and then I'm gonna skip the cutscene, and then we can head over to the Ancient Vessel, which is gonna be our first dungeon of the game. Fun fact, Malos's Japanese name is Metz, which actually means destroy.
Weird. That's totally not going to come up anywhere in the near future.
I don't think so. Seems like a chill dude. So yeah, I'm not going to give the accessories which we purchased earlier to Rex. I'm going to give him the Narcipear Jelly, and then we can get into a fight with a giant cockroach.
Alright, so when we get into combat with this cockroach, our party is going to be Jin and Mallows, who are much stronger than Rex at this point in the game, so you're going to see them doing quite a bit more damage. But Rex has back attack here, so that's Sword Bash. Xenoblade has quite a few positionally required arts, so the back attack that Rex is doing here does extra damage if you hit from behind. So Jin and Mallows make pretty quick work of that enemy, and that is kind of the first real combat tutorial. Alright, time for some parkour. So going into the Ancient Vessel, Xenoblade has some really good geometry that you can just kind of walk into. It turns out the area that you want to go to is at the bottom of the Ancient Vessel, so you can just kind of clip in and jump down. So this is going to be used in a couple locations in the game, because the game just does a really good job of using verticality to kind of like hide the different levels.
Alright, so now we run into this Megalo Aligo. I'm gonna run to the left here before engaging, so that only Rex gets hit with Cursed Cuisine. It's very important that Mallows and Jin don't get hit by this, because you want them to immediately start attacking, so they can take aggro off of Rex. So the more damage you deal to an enemy, the more aggro you accumulate, and that makes enemies target you. And Rex here, he's very squishy. He's gonna get 2-shot if he takes too much aggro. So we're gonna want Mallows and Jin to remove that from us. And you notice that I run away here once the Aligo is below 50% HP. That's to avoid that attack there, Fin of Fear. That's gonna kill us if we are too close to it. Oh, nice miss, Rex. Yeah, but Mallows and Jin are gonna do most of the heavy lifting here. Rex is really just tagging along. And that's also the reason why we removed Nia from the party. Her healing abilities, while nice, are not needed for this point of the run. We just really want the damage. And so after that fight, a bunch of events unfold and lead to Rex being killed by Jin and then revived with this girl called Pyra by her side. And Rex becomes a driver and Pyra becomes his blade. And now we get access to blade combos and blade specials in this fight against Mallows.
Time to take you down.
Yeah, so you see here that Pyra is going to be the blade for Rex. And on the right hand, like if you look at the bottom right hand side of the screen, on the right hand side of that little like quadrant, where the game is pointing at right now, that's going to be the blade combos. So the tier 1 is being used right there. So Pyra does fire-based attacks, and now Quadra has the heat buff. Additionally, you can build up these combos all the way up to 4. So the game will let you get to 3, and then we have a mechanic called Affinity, which if you see that link between Pyra and Rex, when that turns golden, you're at max affinity, and that's going to unlock tier 4 for blade combos. So that's going to be probably some of the most powerful attacks that you can do. So we're building up tier 4 right now, and that's going to finish off Mallows.
Yep, tier 4s are some of the most powerful specials in the game, and you can see it comes with its own cutscene here. And I'm going to use this to set up the stage 2 combo called Burnout on Mallows. That's going to deal even more damage than Heat. So this is a pretty good fight. He tried to topple me there, but at that point he's already a goner. That was a really nice fight. And that's going to conclude chapter 1. It's a really short chapter, but that's really just the introduction to the game.
All right, and I think there is time for a donation here, so go ahead and sneak one in there.
Well, sneak one. I have 15. So let's do $5 from Rex Dual Sword Sound Effects, saying 50% critical damage is good. Now is going towards Pyra. And we also have $30 from Anonymous with no comment, but going towards Mithra. So yeah, I'll update you on how that's going later, but back to you guys.
Thank you so much. So right now we're in the continent of Gormott. So what happened on the ship was that actually Mallows and Jin were gonna destroy the ship, and then Rex's adoptive grandfather Azurda comes and rescue us. He gets pretty badly injured while escaping, so we actually crash land in Gormott here. And now we're trying to regroup and find everybody else. So we find Azurda here, and now we want to go and find Nia. And I'm actually going to do a quick menu here. Now that we have access to Pyra as a blade, I'm going to give Rex pouch items, known as the Love Source here, which is going to increase Pyra's trust. And you can think of trust as sort of like blade XP. This is going to allow us to unlock different tiers of Pyra's affinity chart. And this is not only going to allow blades that have their affinity charts unlocked to actually learn more skills and power up, but also gives them more damage here. So 2 Love Sources here actually increases Pyra's damage by about 20%, which is going to be useful for some of the fights upcoming. Now we're going to learn about collection spots, and basically at the start of chapter 3 there is going to be a point where we want 10 of these specific collectibles called Puzzle Tree Wood, and that's for a story quest. So along the way I'm actually going to be going to these collection spots here, and I'm going to be trying to get as many puzzle tree as I can. So I will only take the spots that I know have a chance of dropping puzzle tree. They can drop between 2 to 4, and 40% each drop will be puzzle tree wood.
Yeah, so this section of the game is just kind of teaching you the various like overworld mechanics of Xenoblade 2. So you saw there that we had one of the one of the actions that you can clear with Pyra's abilities. Those are going to block several like key story parts later on in the run. And really, a lot of the routing that goes into Blades and their experience is going to be just to get around those mandatory blocks.
Yep, now we have a fight against this frog here, called Brog. And it has very high evasion for this part of the run, so you're probably going to see Rex miss quite a bit. He does a good job here so far. The strat here is actually to bring its HP down to about 60%, so nice miss there, Rex.
So yeah, now we have access to 2 of our party members. We have Rex and we have Nia. So Blade combos, we see one with Pyra here. So Pyra goes into her tier 1 and does heat. And then you can also combo that using your other party members. You don't directly control them, but you can tell them when to use their Blade combo. And in that case, we combined Rex's Fire with Dromark Nia's Water ability to get a Steam Bomb, which is a tier 2.
Yep, so Blade combos really are going to be the main source of damage for the speedrun. Later on, when the enemies start to get a lot stronger, we're going to want to finish our Blade combos, which would deal a lot more damage. But for now, some of the fights, we don't need as much damage, so we're just going to use stage 2 Blade combos such as Steam Bomb and Burnout like you saw just now. So now we want to head into the upper level of Gormott. This currently is the lower level. And then we're going to want to start tagging landmarks to cut down on travel time later. And while we're doing that, I'm also going to be collecting more puzzle tree wood.
Is it a good time perhaps to knock out a few more donations that we have here?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, here's a quick speed run of donations. We have $50 from Dinja saying oui, in French, of course. We then have $100 from Cataclysm 13. Doesn't have any comment, but it is going towards Pyra. And then we have $20 from Lador saying, Malos is best girl, let's be real. But since I cannot donate towards him, I do have to support Team Pyra instead. Good luck on the run, Quadra. And finally, we have $50 from Narp with no comment, but that is also going towards Pyra. So Pyra is leading with $480.02. Mithra is trailing with $425.02. And most importantly, we've just hit $22,000.
Awesome.
But yeah, back to you guys.
Thank you so much for the donations, everybody. Remember, there's still plenty of time to get into donations for the Pyra and Mithra incentive. It's only going to be closed at the start of Chapter 8. So do get your donations in if you want to see your preferred character be chosen. And to the person of culture that said that Malos is the best girl. Indeed! Alright, so here we are in the upper level of Gormott here. And right now we actually want to head to Torigov, which is the capital of Gormott. But like I said, we're going to be running a few errands first. As far as the story goes, so now that we are in Gormott,
What have we here?
well, we really just need to find somewhere to go to. So that's why we choose to go to Torigov. And Nia is actually from Gormott, and you can tell because the people of Gormott have a very distinctive look to them. They have cat ears, and they also speak in a very thick Welsh accent.
Yeah, so Gormott is one of the titans of the game. So these are just like big creatures that the citizens have decided to settle on. So they're all kind of floating around in this area, and we're going to be traveling to several different titans in our attempt to get to the World Tree.
Oh yeah, I totally missed that part of the story. So basically what happened on the ship was that there was a door that only Rex could unlock. So Malos and Jin needed somebody from Leftheria to open that door, so that's why they chose Rex. And then in that room, he discovers a blade, a sword, and a girl. Upon touching the blade, he starts to resonate with the girl, and Jin, realizing this, decides to kill Rex because he doesn't want Rex to take Pyra, because they, being very bad people, want to use the power of Pyra for themselves. And Pyra is not just any blade, she is the legendary Aegis blade, which means she is very powerful. Or so they say. So, a lot of people do want to take advantage and capture Pyra. So in that dream, after Rex got killed, he meets Pyra in this world that's supposed to be Elysium. And Pyra says, hey, I'll revive you if you can take me to my home, which is Elysium, which is atop the world tree, which is in the center of the planet which this game is on, called Alrest. And then Rex is like, you know, I wanted to go to Elysium anyway, so yeah, I'll take you there. So it turns out that actually the titans that people are living on are beginning to die out, and this has caused a lot of war and strife in this world. And Rex, being a really good boy, he realizes that, you know, if we can get to Elysium, which is at the top of this world tree, we can actually have enough space for everybody in this world to live on, and there's not going to be any need for war, not going to be any need for colonizing other countries, no need for fighting. And so that's basically the entire theme, or that's Rex's main goal in this game, is just to reach Elysium. And yeah, so now we're going to try to find a way to Elysium, but we're going to head over to Torgoth first, like I said. We're going to tag this place called Lasham Island. That's the last landmark which we tag. We're actually going to have to come back here for a quest later. And I just want to make sure that I do not go too close to an optional quest here that will trigger a cutscene. I'm going to run around this. And then over here, I'm going to jump on this route here and then tag Lasham Island.
Look what I found!
Congratulations.
So yep, now we can actually go into Torgoth, and outside Torgoth we're gonna learn about the tides mechanic. So taking long rests at inns can affect the height of the tides, and this will unlock or lock certain areas of titans, namely Gormott, the Gormott Titan, and the More Ardain Titan. Unfortunately, this is not going to be used in the speedrun at all, except for one time in Chapter 3, which we're going to have to do it for the story. But yeah, here we are in Torgoth, and we are going to head into two fights very shortly, and before that we're going to do one of the first kind of big menu of this game. So I picked up an item known as the scale chip just now. This is a core chip. And basically what core chips are you can think of them as weapon customizations for your blades, which can augment their stats like auto attack and critical rate and block rate. I'm going to purchase this leather gloves here, which is going to give more accuracy, and then I'm going to do the menu. So I'll walk you through this. So I'm going to give Pyra the scale chip, which I picked up just now from the little cave. Then I'm going to give Rex Rolling Smash because it does more damage. Gonna give him an evasion skill. It's gonna increase his survivability. Give Nia an Ether skill for more damage. And then I'm gonna give Rex the Auto Balancer, and I'm gonna give Nia the Leather Gloves and the Abyss Vest. I'm gonna give her the Cream Orange Parapha, which also gives her Arts Recharge. So the Auto Balancer is a nice item. Normally you only get it in the late game, but we get it as part of the DLC here. What it does is that when you get blocked, it actually prevents you from being deflected. So it just prevents you from losing time in case you get blocked, which does tend to happen quite a lot, especially with Rex.
So yeah, you're just kind of immediately thrown into combat here upon arriving in the town. So this is Pedrig, and he's going to be accompanied by these two soldiers here. So what Quadra wants to do is weaken these soldiers using his arts, and then eventually switch off to Pedrig and use some AoE to kind of clean everything up.
Yeah, got some pretty nice AoE with Rolling Smash there, so this is going to very cleanly take out all three of them at the same time. I'm using Pyra's tier 2 here, which is called Prominence Revolt. It has a very large AoE, which is basically going to hit everything on the field. And that's the first fight done. Now we're going to head into the second fight against Padrick and Bridget. Bridget's actually a blade, but her driver's not here at the moment.
Time to take you down.
Yeah, so this is the first case of Quadra using the commands that the game provides for the AI. So while you're controlling your character, you can't like directly control your party mates, but you can command them to do various things. So he commanded Nia to stay on Pedrig while Rex was attacking Bridget. So he's going to be eventually taking out Pedrig first, and then taking out Bridget. Pedrig has a little bit less HP. So this is going to be the case of building up several blade combos and just unleashing them all at once. So you see the affinity, both of the blades, so Pyra and Dormark have that little link between them, and now both of the characters have full affinity and are doing more damage. That full affinity provides just a bonus of stats. So Quadra built up a tier 1 and then used Steam Bomb and is now using Steam Explosion, which is Pyra's tier 4, with combining one water element, and that's going to take out Bridget here, as well as the break.
Yeah, I get a pretty nice break here from Nia. You can kind of think of breaks as status ailments that are going to increase the damage from your blade combos and your attacks. And that's pretty nice because it allows me to take Bridget out here very cleanly. Sometimes you actually get enough damage from like your other arts that you don't need the break, but in that case, that break saved some time there because I wouldn't have had enough damage otherwise.
Alright, this is just kind of a story section. So this is where Nia gets kidnapped. So she's gone, and we are trying to figure out what happened to her. But it's going to be doing some tutorial sections here, and we meet our Nopon friend here.
Yep, we are rescued by Tora. We are nearly captured by Bridget as well, but Tora happens to come to our rescue, and we take refuge at his home for a while Pyra cooks us a nice hearty meal. And now we want to go and get information as to where Nia is. So for this quest, there actually are a lot of NPCs that you can talk to, but not all of them are going to give you useful information. But fortunately, we are speedrunners, so we know exactly which NPCs you have to talk to. So we talked to Lope there, and then we warped to Torgoth Arch. And then we're going to actually have another tutorial here. So we're going to be introduced to Blade Summoning or Blade Resonance, however you want to call it. And as part of this tutorial, you will always get a Wind Knuckle Blade. But even though it's always a Wind Knuckle Blade, the name will be different. So we can see who we pull here and what their name is. So shoutouts to Kanon. And immediately after that, we're going to learn about Ox Cores. So Ox Cores are further customizations for your blades that can grant a variety of effects. So I'm going to craft this one here using the deerwood, which we get as part of the tutorial. I actually have enough vinegar leaves, but very low puzzle trees, so that's some bad RNG over there. No points if you guess what critical up to Ox Core does. Spoiler alerts, it gives you more critical rate, but we're actually going to use that later in the run, but not so soon. Now I'm just going to get some more information on Nia's whereabouts, and then I'm actually going to head to Tilly's Bakery here. I'm going to purchase more cream orange parapha. So we gave these to Nia just now. We want to purchase some more for the rest of the run. The nice thing about cream orange parapha is that, yes, it gives arts recharge, but it's also the favorite pouch item of Nia. And what this does is that it actually increases the effect of the pouch item for Nia by 50%. So it's really nice. It gives Nia a lot more frequent arts usage, which will be very important later because Nia is going to be our main driver for the rest of this run, or for the most of this run. So we're just going to tag one last place here before we go back to Tora's house. So we basically just got all the information for where Nia is right now, and we actually find out that she's going to be executed, and so we have to go and rescue her. So Tora says, okay, I can help you, but you have to help me first. I want to build this artificial blade because I can't become a driver, but I'm very determined to become a driver, so I'm just going to build my own blade instead.
So we're going to run around and do some chores for him. So I think we do have time for a donation or two if you want to get those off.
Yeah, I'll try and knock out as many as I can here. I have like 3 ready and waiting. Here's $25 from Mutsky saying, "Hey Quad, your Xenopal Mutsky here. My students are currently currently taking a quiz, so I can neglect my job to catch this spicy XC2 run. I'm hyped to see you run and wish you the best of luck. You've been pushing this game so hard lately and are always a great example for the whole Xenoblade community. Putting this towards Mithra better than Pyra, but let's just make it clear that we both know you're going to break everyone's heart when you drop the reality bomb during your run, that Chryset is the best anyways. Good luck, and as always, just leave it to Boreas. Much love, Mutsky.
Thank you so much, Mutsky.
We also
Oh my
have
gosh.
$34.98 from username Neil saying, I know I said Pyra before, but I can't leave Mithra behind either. And then $20 from Sunny Muffin 5 saying, thanks Quadra for all you do for the communities you are in. Truly a top tier gamer and friend. Put this donation towards Chryset for a name. Wait, that's not an option? Pyra then. Alright, that's currently at $510 for Pyra, $490 for Mithra, and that means that's exactly $1,000 raised for this incentive alone.
Whoa!
You guys are insane. Keep those donations coming. Keep me overwhelmed here. Guys, back to you.
Thank you everyone so much for the donations. We just finished up beating up this Jupin Crabble here. Apparently it's been giving some of the merchants that are passing through this area quite a bit of distress. And I don't know why, but it's this level 9 Jupin Crabble and not the other level 40 Crabbles in that area. But anyway, beating up that Crabble gets us this item called the Perfect Range Sensor, which we're going to need to build Poppy. And then for the Biome Connectors, we need 3 of those. Well, we can salvage for them. There's actually a salvage point in Torigov that we can go to and get them. But that's kind of slow, so I'm just going to buy 3 of them here. And that's all the parts we need for Poppy. I'm going to go back to Tora's house and we can assemble our first artificial blade. And right after that, we're actually going to be introduced to Tiger, which is a minigame which you can play to get some really nice parts for your Poppy. And so I'm going to try my best to get some really good ones right now.
Yeah, you want to really make sure that you try your best on this, because it is RNG what you get.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
oh no, I died! Oh my gosh. Bad RNG.
I don't know, I think it's like a reset, right?
Oh my gosh. I don't want to think about it. Okay, anyways, afterwards, I'm going to do another quick menu. I'm going to accept more DLC, and I'm going to give Tora Love Source now that we have access to Poppy. And this is going to allow me to unlock her affinity chart, which would set us up for the errands which we have to run in just a bit.
Yeah, so one thing to notice, so like the affinity tree is basically their skill tree for the various blades. And some of the things on that are going to have different requirements to unlock. So as we move throughout the run, it might seem like we're doing some weird things, like getting into combats unnecessarily, but it is all for a reason, I assure you. So right now, Quadra is going to be running around and doing a little bit more errands to unlock a pretty important item that is going to increase damage.
That's right, now that we have Poppy, we have access to the field skill called Knob on Wisdom, and that's going to allow us to open this chest here for a coil chip, which is going to be very handy for one of her blades later. And I also picked up the Abulian Core Crystal, which is going to allow us to summon Crosset later, the main blade for the speed run. And now I'm going to do something pretty peculiar, rather. Firstly, I'm actually going to buy a few Whisper Quarters here. I'm going to have to use those later, but then I'm going to start to talk to these Nopons here.
Yeah, so by talking to 20 Nopons, you're going to unlock another level of Nopon Wisdom, which is going to allow Quadra to open a chest in the other area of the game. So this is just kind of a way to get to that a little bit earlier than you would normally do. Again, these field skills are one of the main blocks of the run, so there are several that are like actually required by the main quest. This is not one of them. This is one that is just going to help us increase our damage a little bit earlier than intended. But yeah, just talking to these back and forth is going to count for that, and then eventually unlocking that level of Nopon Wisdom.
That's right, and I'm coming up on the number 16 here. Well, actually, it's number 19, and we talked to 3 Nopons before I started going back and forth between them. And the last Nopon here It's gonna be this Nopon on the dock here. And pay attention, everybody, to its name. It's Sorry, No Sorry. It's like the devs had a really good time when they decided what to name these characters.
There's Nopon Wisdom level 2.
Yep, so yeah, we didn't fail counting. Very good job. Now we can go back to Torigov here, and I'm gonna do another kind of big menu. So we got the Divine Core Crystal from Sorry No Sorry. I'm gonna pull it immediately on Rex. That's gonna give us a blade called Kirito. Oops, I mean Corvin, sorry. But if you feel like he looks like the Kirito from Sword Art Online, it's because they actually have the same artist. I'm gonna give Love Sources to unlock Corvin's chart, and then I'm gonna give Rex back the Narcipear Jelly. As for Tora, he's gonna get another Love Source, and I'm gonna give him a bunch of staple foods. This is just to increase, this is just to get a skill known as, I believe it's a Super Strength for Poppy. And then I'm gonna give him 2 instruments, which are the Whisper Cores, which we purchased just now for leaping Poppy. I'm gonna craft a few items for Poppy. I'm gonna craft Affinity Max Barrier and Hunter's Chemistry. I'm gonna equip both of them right now. And finally, I'm gonna check Poppy's chart. So you see there's 3 skills there, Nopon Wisdom, Super Strength, and Leaping are unlocked on Poppy right now. And I unlock basically the entirety of Corvin's chart here. It's gonna boost his damage by quite a significant amount. I'm gonna give him the Coil Chip, which we picked up in Argentum. And now that we have Nopon Wisdom level 2 on Poppy, we can actually go over here, make a short detour, and get this really nice item called the Wood Chip. The Wood Chip's going to be a very strong core chip for this point in the run. It's equivalent to like a chapter 5 or 6 core chip. So getting it this early in the run is going to be very, very beneficial for us. And yeah, Super Strength level 2 and Nopon Wisdom level 2 are required to open this chest. That is exactly what we got in that menu just now. And we are going to need these field skills for later anyway. So might as well, you know, get this wood chip while we're here.
Yeah, anything you can get that's like a higher level than you're intended to get to, especially in a JRPG, that just really increases the amount of damage that you're doing this early in the run.
What have we here?
So yeah, Corvin actually, fun fact, Corvin actually has a skill on his tree called Forestry that increases the chance of you getting extra drops from collection spots, notably the ones that have puzzle tree in them. But for some reason, he doesn't come with Forestry right out of the box, or I guess in this case, right out of the core crystal. So yeah, I really would like to lodge a complaint to Monolith Soft for not giving Corvin Forestry. It's like they knew that he would be used in the speedrun, but decided to not give him Forestry and make our lives a lot harder when it comes to puzzle tree. But you know, I'm pretty sure if I ever raised it to Monolith Soft, they'll just be like, sorry, no sorry. Okay, I tried my best. Anyway, we're here on the Ardanian battleship. We're gonna rescue Nia, and we have Corvin here, so he's gonna help us out. Corvin's a really nice blade. He's kind of like a jack of all trades. He's really good at tanking. He does a lot of damage. In fact, his specials have like the highest ratios out of any blade in the entire game. And he can heal. He just can do a lot of things. So he's really useful. And yeah, you see that you're gonna see that we can just run past a lot of these Ardanian soldiers that are on the ship. We're literally infiltrating their ship, and we just like run past them without any consequence. And that's really because we have the enemy aggression turned off right now. That prevents any random battles, enemies from like targeting us when we're running around in the open world. Certain enemies can still aggro you though, those being unique monsters and salvage monsters. So we're gonna have to pay attention to those. I will point those out when it's relevant.
It's an adventurous life.
But yeah, for now we're gonna head into the next fight against 2 Ardanian soldiers. And the Hunter's Chemistry is gonna be very nice here because Corvin has a skill on his skill tree that increases damage done by a whopping 90% at max affinity. And this is basically gonna double his damage and allow him to melt this soldier when he's at max affinity.
Yeah, so the name of the game for Xenoblade is going to be getting all of these multipliers and kind of stacking them into really small windows. So a lot of the setup for this run is going to be focused around getting your affinity up as quickly as possible, as well as getting your arts to recharge really, really quickly. So right now you see Corvin with that gold beam, that is max affinity, and we're now hitting really, really hard.
Yeah, that dude just got absolutely melted there. He has more HP, so that's why I started on the squishier soldier first. But yeah, now we got Nia.
She wasn't actually executed. They were just saying that.
Yeah, to lure us on the ship. But I'm gonna do a quick menu before I expand more on the lore. I'm gonna pull cross-set on Nia. She, like I said, she is going to be the main blade of this run. She's personally also my favorite character and also the best girl. Alright, so I'm going to give Nia a break art here. I'm gonna give Rex anchor shot back, and then I'm gonna give him an evasion art on Corvin. I'm gonna unlock cross-set's affinity chart by giving Nia love sources, and then I'm gonna give her back the cream orange parapha, of course. Now I'm gonna give cross-set the wood chip, which we picked up in Torigov, and this is because she's our main blade, and we want to make sure she gets the best core chips, the best items, because she's gonna be dealing the bulk of the damage for most of the speedrun. So after unlocking her affinity chart, that's it for the menu. It's actually very important that you unlock all of cross-set's affinity charts. Not just because it gives her extra damage, but because we're actually going to be developing cross-set's skill tree later for a skill known, mainly for a skill known as Gathering Sparks. And this is really what makes cross-set cross-set. It's what makes her so strong and such an asset for the speedrun. Gathering Sparks is a skill that allows you to increase your damage every time you pick up potions. And this stacks up to a maximum of 500%, which is a whopping increase in her damage. And this allows her to breeze through a lot of the bosses that would otherwise give, for example, the non-DLC category a lot of trouble.
Yeah, so you're going to notice, so coming up here, Quadra's going to do a skip using Dromark and Nia. So this bridge up here has a little bit of an area where you can kind of jump into it and immediately fall down.
Yep, that was a really nice skip, by the way.
That was quick.
Got it very quickly.
Yeah, and just due to the way that the Gathering Sparks works, you're going to notice kind of a build phase of every fight, where he is using the Dolphin Spin, which creates potions, picking those up with Nia, and then just charging up Affinity. So it's going to look like we're not doing very much damage, but then as these just multipliers start stacking up, including Affinity and the Gathering Sparks, it's just going to start doing more and more damage, and then it's going to be a big burst window. So right here on Dougal, this is a two-phase fight. The first phase right there, it ends at like, what was that, 80%, something around there. But then that's going to clear all your buffs. So any phase that is any fight that's multi-phase, you're going to have to build up your Gathering Sparks twice. You see Quadra kind of running around here. He wants to let the other characters take aggro here. So Nia didn't want to do the first attack there. But yeah, so for this phase, we're going to use cross-sets tier 1, and then combo that into Pyra's tier 2, and then another cross-set tier 1. Cross-sets tier 1 is an ability that does an AoE in a line, so while it's not relevant really on this fight, there is going to be several fights in the future where you want to line up your enemies and get them all within the AoE. Okay, so there's a break there, and we're going to be doing a blade combo here. And that should be very quickly ending people.
Hey, there we go. Not too shabby of a Dougal fight. Could have gone faster, but I'm not complaining. We get a pouch expansion kit from that fight, which is going to allow Nia here to have 2 pouch items, so we're going to take advantage of that immediately.
Hello, hello. Is there a chance I could perhaps read out a few more donations here?
I think after this fight, there's going to be quite a bit of time.
All right.
We're going to dive right into another fight after this menu. I'm going to give Nia the pouch expansion kit, and then the Whisper Quarter, which we have 1 left of. This is going to give her passive specials recharge, which is like arts recharge except for specials, and this is just going to make her be able to charge up to her tier 4 very, very quickly.
Yeah, so we've been talking a lot about blade combos, but drivers also have combos as well. So if you notice, I mentioned break on the earlier fight and topple. That's basically just like a debuff that goes on the enemy that you'll see above their HP bar. And while that's on, you deal more damage. So drivers can also then add another multiplier level to the damage that's coming out. And when you have a driver and a blade do their combos at the same time, that's called a fusion combo. And it's really going to be the main source of damage throughout the entire mid game here. And that was the tutorial pop-up for that. So we have heat going on here. We're going to be hitting a break and then comboing it into a tier 4. And that should be ending Morag here pretty quickly.
I didn't manage to get the break here, so I'm not actually going to be able to get enough damage here. Hopefully I will be able to get enough damage here with one more break. If I'm lucky, I can get the break here and finish the fight. No, I don't.
Oh,
I'm
resistance.
just going to use a tier 1 to clean her up. It was kind of unlucky. I didn't get the break I wanted. She doesn't have a particularly high break resistance, so I missed like 4 times. Bit of a bad RNG, but you know, it's not the end of the world. The main reason why I want to break for that fight, apart from the fact that it makes the fight go a bit faster, is that finishing a fight with a fusion combo, which is a driver combo plus a blade combo, actually gives you what's known as a joint combo finish, which really just is a fancy term for increased rewards by 1.5 times. And it's going to be nice because I'm going to want to keep track of my skill point gain, and also any extra bit of XP will matter for later as well in hitting some of the level thresholds.
Yeah, and that's the end of Chapter 2. Now it's going to be some exploration and getting started on what we need to accomplish before Chapter 3.
Yep, I'm just going to be picking up more puzzle tree wood and running to the next landmark. So in the meantime, it's probably a good time to read some donations.
Thank you very much. I have quite a few here. Let's start off with $100.02 from Average Xenoblade Voice Actor. And they simply go... Yes, they simply go, hold on. And that's going towards Mithra. We then have $10 from Patty saying, greetings from Germany and thanks for this awesome event. That's going towards the Cheetahman boss for I Want to Be the Boshi. And then we have $150 from Anonymous. And they say, working as a doctor in the general ward has shown me the difficulties rising from Alzheimer's disease and how it affects people's lives in profound ways. Here's my part to hopefully beating it someday. Yes, thank you all for your generous donations. It is thanks to you all that we can hopefully say one day, game over to Alzheimer's. Last one from me, $50 from Narp saying, just Pyra. And that's, of course, going to Pyra. So yeah, back to you guys.
Thank you so much for the donations. Again, the incentive will close at the start of Chapter 8, so we're in Chapter 3 now. There's still plenty of time to get those donations in. Right now, basically what happened, we can actually catch up on some of the lore now. We realized that Nia wasn't going to be executed, but it was just a plan by Bridget's driver, Morag, to lure us into the Titan battleship so that she can capture us. And the reason why she wants to do that is because the Aegis is a very powerful blade and has a lot of destructive power. In fact, so much so that 500 years ago in the Aegis War, the Aegis was actually responsible for the sinking of 3 continents and a lot of destruction. So to prevent something from like that from happening again, Morag actually wants to subdue the power of the Aegis and make sure that she does not fall into the wrong hands. So we managed to escape from Morag, and then now we're actually on the way to Elysium. We want to find a way to Elysium, rather. And Chora says, hey, you know, my uncle Uman has a shipyard, and we can actually get a ship from him, and then we can sail to the World Tree. So that's where we're going to right now. This is the point where we are going to need 10 puzzle tree wood, and I believe because my RNG has been absolutely terrible so far, marathon luck, I don't know. I have barely, like, I don't even think, do I have like 5 puzzle trees?
I think you're at 7.
7? Really? I saw like 4 when I was in Torigov. Oh, but I did pick up like a few afterwards. Okay, we can check here. But I definitely need extra puzzle tree.
Yeah, so this ship is in disrepair, and the puzzle tree wood is going to help fix it. Those tiny little logs are going to now just make this ship now worthy to head to the World Tree.
Oh, Sunny, you're really good at counting.
All right, we got
okay,
one more.
we have one more to get. That's pretty good. If we can get in this next warp here, then we actually didn't end up losing that much time. Each warp loses you about, I would say probably about 15 seconds. And there we go. Now we head over to Dawnview Grotto. We came here just now, and I'm actually gonna pick up these vegetables right here.
Let's make a start.
There we go. There's agronomy from Crosshead. Basically ensures that we get enough vegetables. We want to collect vegetables because it's going to be useful to craft even more Hunter's Chemistry later. And yeah, like I said, reaching max affinity is just so important for so many of the fights that it's super worth it to get these vegetables here to craft the Hunter's Chemistry later. And yeah, that is all for our gathering. We are actually going to go right back into the shipyard and turn in these materials so we can repair the ship and head over to Elysium. Well, except for the fact that the Titan that was supposed to tow the ship is missing, and so we have to go and retrieve it. So what we do is we actually go to Torigov and we take an inn there and we take a long rest, which, if you might recall, will affect the tides, and this will change the tide so that it's high tide in Gormott, and this would grant us access to the Titan for the quest. And while I'm here, I want to take the inn as well. The next area is going to have enemies that are like level 20 or so, and we are like level 11 now, so that's not really very good. I want to make sure I'm higher level so I do not die.
Yeah, you have to take the inn anyway to manipulate the tides, so it's a really good point. That's pretty convenient to just do your level ups right there.
Yep, exactly. So right after the inn, I'm going to head over to Outlook Null. Nice thing about having the high tides now is that normally when you jump off the cliff, you're just going to fall to your death. But now that we have high tides, I will actually fall into the Cloud Sea instead, and we can swim over to the Titan that we're supposed to find.
Slept like a log, and I'm ready to face the day.
I think we got time for a donation if you're ready for one.
Okay, let's
I
make
am
a start.
always ready for doing. I am always ready for donations. Yes, always ready. Don't mind that. But yeah, we have quite a few here, so let's do a set of three. $30 from Nico with a C from our last run, saying, "Thank you so much, ESA, for having me. Thank you, Paulister, for the amazing hosting. And thanks everyone who watched my run. Love you all. Indeed, thank you very much, Nico, for that run." We also have $20 from Archie, saying, "Best of luck on the run, Quad. You got this. That money's going to Mithra." And then Classic Ragu donated $20 to Mithra as well, saying, "Good luck on the run, Quad. Hope the Boreas RNG works in your favor."
Thank you
you
so
all.
much, everyone.
Thank you all for your donations. Do we have time for one more, or do you want to continue?
I'm just going to quickly touch on the fact that now that we have the Titan, we can actually start sailing to the World Tree, and that's going to be, you know, that's where we're supposed to go to. So yeah, once we get to the World Tree, that's going to be pretty much the end of the run. So yeah, it's been nice. It's been nice doing this. Thank you, ESA, for having me. Except not really. We end up being attacked by a giant mechanical snake known as Ophion, and then afterwards we get swallowed by the Orion Titan and end up in Orion itself. And right now we really just want to find any form of civilization. So that's where we are headed right now. We're gonna head out of the Great Maw Rapids right here, and do go ahead with that last donation that you mentioned.
All right, we do have $9.96 from username Niels, saying, "Which one? I don't know, which one?" And so that donation is split evenly between Pyra and Mithra. And it basically canceled out the cents, so now they're all flat amounts without any cent amounts. So yeah, Pyra and Mithra, Pyra leading by $10. 520 beating 510. So if you want to swing the balance, get those donations in.
Pretty
Back
much
to you
neck
guys.
and neck. Yeah.
That's like a really
exciting.
thin margin.
Oh, absolutely, it
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
So Mithra fans, get your money in.
Yeah. Back to you guys.
All right, we're gonna have a fight here against a Vandam who very unoriginally also wants the power of the Aegis for himself. So we're gonna fight him and his henchman Zuo and you right now.
It seems like everybody just wants the Aegis. But yeah, this is going to be a triple fight. So we have 3 different bosses to fight here. So Zuo is going to be the one that Quadra is going to focus first. And again, Crossset, her tier 1 blade combo does an AoE. So Quadra is positioning here, so Crossset's line AoE will hit as many of these 3 bosses as possible while taking out Zuo. So again, and then you see in this fight, that heat meter that's going down, that's stage 1 of the combo, as well as that topple, which is that driver combo. So eventually you're going to want to see all of this stuff stack up. One of the kind of hallmarks of the battle system is fitting as much damage into these little windows as possible. So outside of the windows, not very much damage is done, but when you get all that stuff stacked up, the damage gets really, really impressive. So next up is Vandam. Vandam was a Tora tier 1 and a Crossset tier 2, that volcano, finishing him off. And then Yu was already very low from all the AoE that our characters were doing, and is just going to be finished up with that tier 1 right there.
Yeah, I didn't quite manage to get Yu in the line of Crossset's tier 1 there, so I do have to use 1 extra Dolphin Spin to take him out. But fortunately for me, he was already pretty low because I managed to pop Corvin's tier 1 before I used Crossset's tier 1 just now. So yep, that was a pretty good fight. And now we are going to head into Garfon Village. Basically, Vandam turned out to not actually be a bad guy. He actually was just testing us, and he wanted to have just a fight with the Aegis because he felt like it. And he actually turns out to be sort of a mentor figure for Rex. So, okay, something happened to me in practice and the game crashed here, so I'm gonna make a safety save here just in case this game crashes when I talk to this NPC again. Fortunately not.
A little scared of this cutscene.
Yeah, I'm super paranoid right now.
Lose 20 minutes.
I've never seen it crash there. Like, I've ever seen this game crash like twice. Like at places it's not supposed to crash, and you know, that's the second time, and it just made me really paranoid. But yeah, anyway, we go to the shop here, we buy a colorful feather, which I'll explain later, and we also sell 5 legendary core crystals. So, as part of the DLC, we also get lots and lots of core crystals to summon blades with later. And the legendary ones actually sell for quite a bit of money, and so by selling 5 core crystals here, we actually set ourselves up to have enough money for the rest of this run, and so we do not have to sell anymore, and that's really, really nice. Thank you, DLC.
It was pay to win, right? It's a gacha game. So
exactly.
The DLC makes things way easier.
Yeah, this DLC category is actually about, I don't know if I mentioned it, but it's about 30 minutes faster than the no DLC category. And by the way, this DLC for this game is extremely good. Not only do you get lots of quality of life improvements to the base game and lots of resources, it also gives you a separate game called Torna, which is really amazing. The devs really put like so much love into making this game and the DLC. I really highly encourage you, if you're a Xenoblade 2 fan, if you're a Xenoblade fan, to check out the DLC as well for this game. It really gives a lot more backstory to a lot of the characters of this game. And yeah, just gives a lot more depth to the characters.
I promise Quadra wasn't paid to shill for Monolith Soft. It is actually very good.
It is actually very good, yeah. Okay, so now that we are in Orion, we found Vandam, we still want to get to the World Tree. So Vandam says, okay, yeah, you know, I know someone who knows how to get to the World Tree or might be able to help you, but I want you to help me first. There's actually an energy anomaly at the top of this Titan near the blowhole, and I want to investigate it. So please come with me, and we'll see what is happening there. And along the way, we actually run into this rampaging Arden. Vandam automatically inserts himself into the party, and then he teaches Rex how to topple with his anchor shot. So right now, once enemies are broken, Rex is going to be able to continue this driver combo and topple the enemies, which immobilizes them and also spawns more potions, which is nice, and also it increases the damage done to these enemies.
Yeah, there's the break, and then you're going to have to rely on Rex to do the topple. So the AI in this game will prioritize, like, if you have a break on an enemy and you have an ally that can use a skill that topples, it'll go ahead and do that topple. So it's going to chain those abilities, and that driver combo is going to get more powerful. So we're going to get another break here, and this is going to be done with a cross-set tier 1. You see that heat meter, and then a cross-set tier 2, and that's going to do a majority of the damage to this Ardoon.
Yep, Rex being Rex decides that he doesn't really want to topple, so he actually gets it up too late at the point where it started to use a skill known as Tank March, making it unable to be toppled. So that cost me a tiny bit of time, but it's fine. That fight's like so easy anyway. And right afterwards, we actually unlock our second level of Gathering Sparks. So I'm going to do a menu now to check Crosset's affinity chart so I can unlock that skill. And afterwards, I'm going to put Tora back in the party because he's a lot more useful than Vandom because of that Hunter's Chemistry and Poppy. I'm going to level up Dolphin Spin to give me double the chance to get 2 potions instead of 1 from my Dolphin Spin. And then I'm going to give the Colorful Feather to Rex. And this is an item that gives him aggro at the start of the battle. This is really nice because for this upcoming fight, I really do not want Nia to take too much aggro. I want Rex to be able to alleviate some of the damage from her, such that he's going to be taking most of the damage for the first part of the fight, and then later on we can kill the spider before it kills us. So yeah, we're going to run into a giant spotter here, and then it has a skill known as Queen Bomb, which can immobilize you, and then also a skill known as Termination Blast, which can just melt like half your HP. And if it uses these skills in succession, it can be really dangerous. So that's why I really wanted Rex to make sure that he's taking the aggro there.
Yeah, so you're going to just kind of see the flow of combat again. It's very similar to the last fight, where Nia's running around collecting potions, using Dolphin Kick, getting that Gathering Sparks buff up, and then when Affinity starts getting golden, Nia's going to start doing quite a bit of damage, and then eventually we're going to run into a combo, so cross that tier 1, again, that heat bar up at the top, you see that, and then we're going to eventually combo that and take out the Elder Arcano. So in this break window, it looks like that's going to be nice and clean. Oh, the blowdown. No. Yeah, a lot of these enemies can kind of interfere with your plan, and Quadra has to play a lot of this by ear depending on what pattern the enemies give him.
Yeah, that could have been a bit scary, but fortunately for me, I was able to get my tier 4 up, and oh my gosh, that's so much damage on the topple. Yeah, I think I could have used the tier 3, but I wanted to get my tier 4 up just in case. Alright, so now that we are done with that spotter, we can actually go back to Garfron Village. And here we run into another member of Torna, the same group that Malos and Jin were in. And then his name is Akos, and he also wants to capture the Aegis. Ha ha ha, I totally didn't expect that. So we are actually going to be introduced to the chain attack mechanic, and Sunny could probably explain why that's so useful for the speedrun.
Yeah, so if you notice in the upper left-hand side of the screen, we have the party meter bar. When that gets filled up, you are able to unlock chain attacks. So these chain attacks are basically going to stop the flow of combat, and you'll be able to combo all of your character's blade combos together. So right now, this is the chain attack start, and these blade combos are now going to come in here. And these become very important because you can overkill with them. And like if you see on the where it says damage 300, you're going to start seeing overkill on there. And overkill in this game is really important because it's going to give you a multiplier on your experience gained. So like currently, right now it's at 194. That would be a 1.9 times multiplier on your experience.
Can I just say that Akos looks so pitiful here? We're ganging up on him while he's toppled and just lying on the ground. Okay, he's back up now. But yeah.
Yeah, so this the bonus XP here is going to be very important. Like, as you notice, like there hasn't been any grinding done in this run, and there's exactly 0 grind in this run, just because of the overkill mechanic, and there's also a catch-up mechanic. When you are lower in a level than the target that you're killing, you get more XP from that because the game wants to catch you up to that. So those two mechanics combined are allowing Quadra to manipulate just kind of how much XP you get off these bosses and allow them to not grind at all the entire run.
Yep, and 366% overkill on Akos is a pretty sizable overkill. That's more than what I was hoping to get. That was really nice. And it's, the extra experience there will be very helpful for reaching a certain level threshold later in Chapter 4. as well as getting me some extra skill points, which I will need to get a certain skill later at the end of Chapter 4. So the bonus XP will be nice because essentially if I do not have enough SP, I'm going to want to do an extra chain attack just for the SP. But if I'm able to get enough joint combo finishes and or maybe large overkills and chains, I can actually skip that chain attack, which saves me about 45 seconds ideally.
Yeah, so this entire run, Quadra's kind of keeping a mental tally of how many of the bonuses that he has gotten over the course of the run, and then there's one flex encounter later on that you don't have to do the chain attack on if you wind up getting enough experience. So it's kind of impressive, all of the things going on in this run. Not only does he have the entire route memorized and all of the menus memorized, but then while playing kind of keeps a mental tally of what's going on during that specific run.
Alright, now we're going to run into our next enemy who, I hate to break it to you, but he also wants the power of the Aegis for himself. This is Zeke, or Zeke von Genbu, also known as the Bringer of Chaos, aka the Zekeinator. And it's basically kind of just like the Morak fight, except now we can topple him, so this fight's going to be a lot easier.
Yeah, Zeke's kind of just a meme.
I really love him though. He's like a comic relief character and has some pretty nice moments in this game.
So yeah, this is going to be a fairly simple fight. It's like one target, he doesn't really do terribly much. So just kind of building up the tier 1 on Rex and then cross that tier 4. So we have that full affinity, waiting for that tier 4 to charge up, and then going to hit heat and finish off the fight here with the break.
Okay, yeah, I got the break here, so that's gonna give me a joint combo finish on Zeke, especially. Yeah, I know I'll be able to kill with the amount of potions I have there. Very nice fight. Able to get the joint combo finish for extra experience and skill points.
All right, moving into another glitch here. You want to explain it, or you want me to?
Yeah, okay. So right now you can see me just like falling here, and I'm gonna be able to survive with 1 HP. And this is, I would like to say it's calculated, but actually no, it's because of a glitch that we do known as the zombie hover. And you saw me pause in that before skipping the cutscene just now. You saw me pause for a couple of seconds there, and that's because I'm actually holding down a specific combination of buttons, and this allows me to trigger a death code. And when done in certain during certain screen transitions, you can actually spawn into the game while tricking the game into thinking that you're dead. And this has some interesting effects. For example, like you saw just now, surviving all damage with only 1 HP. And this is really nice because it allows you to skip taking longer detours when you can just, you know, jump down instead. And that's one of the smaller skips. It saves about 20 seconds, but there are going to be much larger skips later on that we can do with Zombie Hover. And if you're wondering why it's called Zombie Hover, it's actually because if you jump while in this state, I'll show it right now, you're actually just... okay, come on. Actually... Okay, come on. Okay, it's just because of the terrain here. It's like sloping upwards. But yeah, see, you can see that we're hovering here. That's why it's called Zombie Hover. And we actually cannot trigger any cutscenes while we are in this state, unless we are on Dromark. But some of the cutscenes we actually do not want to be on Dromark because they will be right before fights, and we want to be in cross-set. So there's actually some ways to remove this. I'm actually going to show off one of the ways right now as I'm doing this little clip here called the Tardigate clip. And basically by swapping drivers or your blades, you can actually remove the zombie hover state. And what I did there with the Tardigate clip is that switching characters or blades also moves your character slightly above where they were when you're swimming. So if you're on Dromark and you do that at that corner in the gate, it will actually clip you into the gate, and then you can clip right back out by holding forward. So it's a really nice time save that you can do there that also conveniently removes the zombie hover state.
All right, and there's a little bit of a run here. You probably have time for a couple donations.
Absolutely. How does a set of 4 sound? Here is $25 from Sanjan saying Xenoblade 2 and 3 hype. Good luck. Good luck on the run, Quadra and Sunny. Rooting for you both. We also have $25 from Sinosure Kynosure?
Sino.
Sinosure. Love you too, explaining the plot and game mechanics, sending my energy, blessing your gacha later. We also have $20 from Padreg. Think you can take me? Take this $20 towards the Mithra name for the run. And don't forget me. Finally, $20 from average Xenoblade voice actor, simply going, you all. And then, just as an update on the bid war that we have of Pyra v Mithra, Pyra is leading by $5.
Ooh, it's still so tight.
555 to 550. So still anyone's game. All right, guys, back to you.
Thank you so much for the donations, everyone. Thank you so much for reading the donations as well. So yeah, actually we ran past a unique monster. That's why it aggroed us. But nice thing for us, we actually have the colorful feather on Rex, which makes him take the aggro instead. And one thing about that is it actually counts towards a counter, which is required for leveling up Crosset's Gathering Spark. So the way you level up Crosset's Gathering Sparks is that you want to engage in combat while Pyra and Mithra are in your party. And so later on in the run, I'll intentionally be throwing a couple of rocks at monsters just to make sure that I get the required number of encounters to level up my Gathering Sparks. And leveling up Gathering Sparks just makes you able to ramp up your damage a lot quicker. And that's really nice because you don't want to spend too much time walking around gathering potions. You want to be able to just get a couple, get a few potions, get your damage boost, and then wipe the floor with these bosses. And speaking of wiping the floor, we're going to run into this violent driver here. And we're going to confiscate his license right after beating him up here. So it's basically a rehash of the Arden fight. He has like a pretty much guaranteed chance of being broken. So yeah, Rex is going to topple him and just make it so that we can do lots and lots of damage to him. Rex, please. Thank you.
Yeah, enemies in this game do have a stat that's just called break resistance. And so this guy in particular just doesn't have a very high break resistance, so you can reliably expect to get it. Where there will be fights in the future where it's just like kind of a little bit up to RNG.
Oh no, I missed my break art.
What?
Bad RNG.
On Violent Driver too.
Yeah, okay.
So he does have low break resistance, but it can still happen. So here comes another one.
There we go.
Right at
I took him out of the bomber. That actually gives me a JCF as well, oddly enough, because you did finish the fight with the bomber, which did cause a break as well. And so now that because we are absolute gamers, I'm gonna go over to this game shop here. I'm gonna purchase everything in the shop because why not?
They're games.
Yeah, they're games.
You want them all.
Yep. And that actually unlocks an item known as the Knick-Knack Deeds, and the Knick-Knack Deeds increase our movement speed by 5%. You can kind of think of it as like a key item that just sits in your inventory and gives you a passive bonus, in which in this case it's going to be 5% movement speed, which might not sound like much, but believe me, it's huge and it's going to save minutes throughout the rest of this run. And this is the earliest one of earliest kind of these deeds that you can buy in this game that gives you like movement speed. So it's like really worth it to get, and it's super easy. You just need to purchase everything in that shop. There are actually more in this game, but like at that point it's like not worth it to get anymore because it's much later into the run. It doesn't save enough time with the movement speed that it gives.
Yeah, and in classic Xenoblade fashion, just as you progress through the game, the zones just get bigger and bigger and bigger, and there's going to be a whole lot of just running around, going from point A to point B. So even that 5% just saves a ton of time over the course of the next couple hours.
Yep, exactly. So we're actually here in Fonsamima to meet up with Vandom's friend called Cole, who, if you might recall, I mentioned that Vandom's friend would be able to help us reach Elysium. But at night, Cole's adoptive granddaughter actually gets kidnapped by Melos and Echoes, so we actually have to go and rescue her. And this is actually going to be one of the hardest fights in the run. This is considered to be one of the most annoying and hardest fights in the run to many speedrunners, and for good reason. It's because it's dependent on the AI to a certain extent. You really want Rex to get his tier 2 up in time so that you can combo into a Mega Explosion. It's going to be a two-phase fight. For the first phase, you want to bring Echoes down to about 50% HP, which would trigger in the next phase. But it's easier said than done because they have a lot of skills that can make it very difficult for you to continue that combo. So I'm going to do a few things here. I really want to manage my aggro in this fight. I do not want to deal much damage before I'm able to do Mega Explosion. So you actually see, I don't do my Acrobatic Bomber, I immediately cancel it, and I don't pick up any potions until after my tier 1 finishes. And that works out pretty nicely because you see I have no aggro on me at the moment. So I want to collect at least 5 potions for this fight. That's going to give me probably enough damage to bring Echoes down to 50% with the Mega Explosion. And yep, I do have enough potions already. It's going to use Checkmate here, which inflicts a status condition known as Shackle Driver. And this is going to prevent us from using any skills for 6 seconds. Oh, actually, that's terrible. Rex actually doesn't manage to get his tier 2 up in time. Thank you, Rex. I'm going to have to do a backup here. Okay.
Yeah, so there's actually quite a bit of improvisation in this run. So in this particular case, the AI just kind of dictates what you can do, and that Shackle just came at a really, really bad time when Rex had his T2 up, and then it timed out before Quadra actually gets to use it. So he's having to do a backup here. Again, just getting Akos to 50% is going to trigger that phase. So watch this health bar. Watch these health bars coming up here. Once they hit 50%, and this chain is going to go off, and we should be able to hit 50% from this.
Hopefully so. I'm trying to get Akos in the AoE of Cross as tier 1 here, which I do. Okay, that's really nice. That could have been really dangerous because they have a lot of annoying arts that would shackle your blade, make you unable to use any blade specials, and also drop your affinity and damage. So right now I do not have my chain anymore. I'm actually going to do a backup strat for this fight. I'm going to swap to Rex, and in a way this is nice because this is a really funny and cheesy strat. So I'm going to run here, pay respects to Vandom. I don't know why he's lying down there, but yeah. I'm going to come over here, and hopefully Malos will cooperate here. Alright. See you later, loser. Okay, now I come back to Vandom. Vandom, what are you doing? Oh. Okay, yeah, Echoes. Okay, now I want to set Echoes up with Corvin's tier 2 here, and you'll see why in a moment.
One shot. Let me take it.
Gotcha.
Go smash. Wow.
Sword
Nice chance.
Abrona. Ha!
One shot. Let me take it.
Oh, there we go. Woo! All right, that was really nerve-wracking. I didn't quite get him in the optimal position there, so I was afraid that I would not be able to yeet him off, but it worked out in the end. Okay, so yeah, that was a really cheesy strat. It's actually really fast, but the annoying part is that if you fail to yeet Echoes off, it actually loses you a ton of time. So I generally tend to go for a much more consistent strat, which is a Nuclear Blast strat. In that fight, you actually get access to Mithra, who is the true form of the Aegis. And for that fight, she's really powerful. So we take advantage of her. And we use a tier 1 into tier 2 with Crosshead into a tier 3 with Mithra, which would produce Nuclear Blast, which is an AoE special, which would hopefully kill both of them at the same time. And the reason why I did the backup strat is because I didn't have my chain. If I didn't get a break there, I would not be able to kill both of Echoes and Malos at the same time, and I would have needed to chain. So that's why I went for the backup strat there, and a good thing that it worked out, and good thing that everybody enjoyed the nice display of yeeting there.
Yeah, you did get the swag strat on the marathon, which is really, really cool to see.
Hey guys, do you have a moment for a few donations?
We're actually going to go right into a very important mechanic here for the speedrun, but there's going to be some time later for the donations, if you don't mind. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So right now we're going to be introduced to Merc missions. You can send like your blades that you're not doing anything with to get like special to get like extra items. And now we have 1 minute of downtime, which we can do absolutely nothing. So I'm gonna start pulling blades, which I'm gonna need for the rest of this run. And so I'm gonna need 2 fire, 3 earth, and 1 wind blade. And on top of that, there are other blades as well that can save me some time. So I get the fire that one there, and I can check my Peter group here. And Boreas, let's go! Boreas is the largest time save blade in the entire game. He saves you close to like between 1 minute and 30 seconds to 2 minutes, depending on like what you've done. Okay, it's usually about 1 minute 45 seconds. I'm just super excited right now because I got Boreas. Okay, now I want to draw blades on Nia because I need some blades on Nia for certain field skill checks later. I did get 1 win, which is nice, so I want to draw. I want to pull at least 1 more fire, I think. So hopefully we get some other nice blades as well. The earth blades tend to be the hardest blades to get for this run because you need 3 of them. Agate doesn't count because she doesn't have earth mastery, but she does have Kenai, which is a nice skill to have as well. And so I'm really just hoping that I get the blades that I want now. As you can imagine, this can be really frustrating for a lot of runners.
Yeah, and it being like kind of a gacha section, it actually does autosave after every blade that you pull. So if you don't get the blades that you need, it is basically run over. So we're trying to get the different elements to make sure that we have the correct field skills to progress the story all the way to the end. And this is probably the one of the more stressful points in the run, even though like he got Boreas, still waiting on getting those earth blades.
Yeah, and sometimes even if you have Boreas and you get a really late earth blade, it can actually be slower than just not getting Boreas but get like really fast earth blades. So now I believe I have all the fire blades that I need. I just need 2 more earth blades. Do you notice I'm still pulling on the legendaries and the rares? That's because there are some rare blades that can still save me time, and also certain rare blades that are earth blades. And I get the second earth blade there, which is really nice. I just need 1 more earth blade, not Ursula. We are Ursula's new groove.
Yeah, ideally you get the blade, your shopping list of blades really early, and you can stop pulling. But yeah, sometimes RNG
There we go.
like that.
That's the last earth blade that I need. And that should be all the blades that I need for the rest of this run. So yeah, very nice. We were able to get everything. I actually had a backup save just in case I pulled like 0 earth blades, which admittedly is really unlikely, but it always pays to be safe for a marathon. Thankfully, we do not have to boot that up though, and I'm just gonna be able to continue with this run.
Yeah.
So yeah, now we do have time for a couple of donations.
All right, I'll be really quick about it then. We have $5 from Mod saying, as someone who finally started playing the XC series, I have 2 important questions for Quadra. Can we definitely do that? And are you really feeling it? Money goes towards Pyra, or Lador might hit me, Kappa. We also have $5 from Rex Dual Swords Sound Effects, simply saying cross-set gaming. Both of those donations going to Pyra. We also have $15 from Cartis saying Pyra, since the best girl Zenobia isn't an option. Good luck, Quad. And finally, $20 from Maka saying, let's go Mithra. So yeah, quick update. It's $793.45 for Mithra, $565 for Pyra. So Mithra is running away with it.
Oh, wow.
Whoa!
So you people might want to get your donations in. All right, guys, back to you.
Thank you so much for the donations, everyone.
Yeah, that's an insane amount of money raised for
There's
this.
still plenty of time for you Pyra fans to get your donations in, so do not give up. What you saw me do there was I actually grabbed a Hunter's Chemistry Ox Core from that chest there behind the crates. Ox Cores, when you first pick them up, you can't use them immediately. You actually have to refine them. And that's why we were picking up vegetables just now at Dawnview Grotto. We're going to need 12 vegetables in total, 6 for each Hunter's Chemistry, which we're going to craft later in the run. And so now we're back in Argentum. Basically, what happened was that Cole, who is Vandom's friend, told us he gave us a blade or a knife, and he says, "Okay, look for the owner of this blade or knife. He will be able to help you get to the world tree, and he lives in Indal." And so, knowing that we want to go to Indal now, Rex says, "Hey, the best way to get to Indal is going back to Argentum, then going to Moradane, and then from there we can go to the Leftheria, and then we can go to Indal. And so that's where we're going now. We are here in Argentum, trying to get a ticket to Moradane.
Rex is trying to haggle here.
Yeah, doesn't get it though, but fortunately for us, we have enough money. And now we go back to Lemoore Inn to take a, not really take a rest, just more cutscenes. And one of the more infamous cutscenes in this game, which I will not talk too much about. And here we have a kind of, it's not like, it's kind of a long load. And afterwards, I'm gonna put Nia back into the first slot. And then we're gonna head over to Moradane. So yeah, I guess we can have like a couple more donations before we actually get into the actual
All right.
accident.
Fantastic. Well, I have $20 here from Recolt, our very own tech person, saying, "Yo, Quadra, good meeting you at ESA and doing all the hard-working tech at this point. I am not sorry because I'm bidding on the best girl when the best music plays during Makos." And that's going towards Mithra. We also have $20 from Nia Deserved Better, saying, "Pyra and Mithra are cool and all, but Nia definitely deserved better, Rex." So yeah, that is of course going towards Pyra. And yeah, the war still rages on. I cannot wait to see what other donations you guys have. Back to you.
Thank you so much for the donations again. So on the way to Moradane, just before we were about to board the ship, Rock's core crystal gets stolen. So when the drivers of the blades die, their blades actually return to their core crystals. And so, well, Vandam died, so Rock returned to his core crystal, and now Rex is keeping Rock's core crystal because Vandam was a mentor and father figure for Rex, and Rex really wants to honor Vandam's death. So we have Rock's core crystal, and it gets stolen, so naturally we have to chase down that thief. We chase him all the way to Gormott here, and again, this is a quest where we can talk to a lot of NPCs, but fortunately we know exactly which NPC to talk to, which is Nugby over there in the Plume Farm, and then he tells us to talk to Otto here over at Nuclear Timber site. Now the game actually intends for us to, you know, uncover and scrutinize some footprints here, and that leads us to Oman Shipyard, but we can actually ask Otto to do it for us, so why not? And then we come over here to Uman Shipyard, where we find that the kids here, where the kids have been, have turned into their hideout. I don't know where Uman is, but yeah, the kids are here, and they actually sick their pet birds on us, so we have to take care of those. And there's gonna be quite a few of these kind of like little fights with a bunch of monsters, and the theme of these fights is just to get as much AoE as you can with Crossheads Tier 1. So I'm gonna do some shifting around of targets, and hopefully I can get some nice AoE.
Yeah, just kind of trying to make sure that none of the AoE is wasted. So if you bring them down like all together and they all die at the same time, that's like the ideal situation. But yeah, so you'll see also Quadra positioning to make sure that Crossset's line is going to hit as many of them as possible. That was a pretty good fight right there.
That was not bad. I used Corvin's Tier 1, which also had an AoE there. Okay, so now that we told the kids that stealing is bad, they actually told us that their hometown got raided by a bunch of bandits, and now being very good people, we have to go and beat up those bandits. And so now we head over to Boulder Bar Gate, which we tagged a lot earlier, and there's this Ether Miasma here that we learned in Uriah that only Rock can clear. So naturally, this is where we have to summon Rock. And there's a cutscene here about Rock asking us what his previous driver was like.
Rock.
And yeah, basically when blades return to their core crystals, they don't retain any of the memories they have. And this actually comes up to be like one of the bigger themes of this game, because blades do not retain any of their memories. But yeah, Ether Miasmas, you can kind of think of them as like Titan farts. Basically, there's this like waste material that like accumulates into a sort of like a gas that only Rock for some reason can clear. It's just to progress with the story. This is like the last Ether Miasma that we'll see. And there you see, saw that I threw a rock at a monster. This is just to ensure that I get Gathering Sparks after this fight, because we're going to do a menu in between this next fight and the fight afterwards. And I want to check my charge there for Gathering Sparks. So it's kind of like the Vandom fight against three of the bandits here. I want to get as much AoE as I can with Process Tier 1 again. I get a nice topple here. It's going to give me a lot more potions.
They're kind of spreading out.
Be able to get a nice line here. Oops. Accidentally used that a bit. Didn't hit the QTE there.
Yeah, you can already see like how quickly these affinities are getting charged. So like all three of the characters that are in the fight right now have max affinity and are doing a significant amount more damage than they would normally be doing at this point. That combined with the Hunter's chemistries is like going to make very short work of this fight.
Okay, not too shabby. I could have gotten some better AoE, but I actually missed time one of my QTEs there, which caused me a bit of specials recharge. Hitting the QTEs and when you're doing specials actually gives you a bit of extra specials recharge. So you can save a bit of time when going for your next special. So at this point, if you don't have Boreas, you actually have to go and talk to Nopons again. So Boreas comes with Nopon Wisdom level 1. We're going to need 3 levels later, and if we don't have Boreas, we have to get Nopon Wisdom level 3 on Poppy. And you recall, if you recall, getting level 2, we had to talk to 20 Nopons.
So,
For level 3, we have to talk to 40 Nopons. So that is not very fast. And that's the main reason why Boreas saves so much time in this speedrun. So having Boreas, we do not have to get Nopon Wisdom level 3. It's really nice for us. And it's also a pain because you have to count the number of Nopons that you talk to. And if you're like me and you're bad at maths, that might not be the easiest of things.
Yeah, it is nice that they can kind of combine their power to get the Nopon Wisdom level that you need to advance the story.
Yep. And now we are here in More Ardain, and we are here because we want to go to Indal. So we're going to try to find a way there. We're going to head to the capital of Alba Cavendish. And over there we're going to run into one of Tora's old acquaintances called Mui Mui. And basically, this is kind of like Tora's development arc. So this entire chapter is kind of dedicated to Tora. I like Tora. He's a nice character, and the Poppy is also one of the best written characters in this game. So, yep, we go and take a rest at the inn, and then at night, something bad happens. We start to there's an artificial blade around that's causing a lot of trouble, and we're like, what gives? Poppy's supposed to be the only artificial blade in existence, and then Tora, it's like, hey, I know this artificial blade, her name's Lila, and that was the exact same artificial blade that my dad Tadazo was working on. So that means that Tadazo must be alive because he's the only one that can finish Lila. And so, yep, afterwards we start to track down Lila, and then we started to track down Lila, and then the rest of the story will unfold from there. But now I'm going to go to the accessory shop. I'm going to purchase a few items, gear vest, ball attachment, and the Zero Battle Course. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to refine the Hunter's Chemistry, which I mentioned earlier, and then go over to this bookshop here and purchase a pouch item known as Love Beyond the Clouds. Oops. Yep, there we go. So yep, the Gear Vest is an item that gives you more HP. It's going to be nice for Rex later to give him more tankiness. The Ball Attachment is an item that increases all damage done by bit balls, and Crosshead is a bit ball blade. So that's going to increase Crosshead's damage by 25%, which is really nice. And then the Zero Battle Course and Love Beyond the Clouds, we're only going to use later in Chapter 7. So I'll mention those again when we get there. But yeah, right now, we need to hunt down Lila, and we only get access to Mithra at this point. We don't have access to Pyra. We are locked into using Mithra. And that's a problem because we need Rex to use fire combos, and that's why we want Fire Blades on Rex. I'm actually going to do a very quick safety save here because I'm going to have to do a couple of zombie hovers here, and if you miss time those, it can crash the game. Personally, I've never crashed a game here, but I'm not taking any chances.
Yeah, it is kind of weird how the game they like to take out your party members in your various blades and just kind of replace them at random times throughout the story. So it can be pretty frustrating, like as a casual player, if you like get a blade that you've invested a lot of time into and it gets kicked out of the party. Yeah, so the zombie hover here, Nia doesn't take any damage from this steam, or just doesn't die from the steam, and you're able to progress without having to do those mechanics.
Do we have a moment for a few quick announcements?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I'll be very quick about it, but first, we have beaten the donation total for ESA Winter 2018. It's really exciting. And keep clapping because we have also reached $23,000. Amazing, amazing. The next donation total we need to beat is ESA Corona Relief at $25,238. And also, that's going to be it from me for this hosting shift. Thank you all for sticking around and for donating and for making my life during the Xenoblade run a living hell. I am now leaving you in the extremely capable hands of Mr. Nico Hart. So, we'll be kind of switching over for 2 minutes. And then we'll be back with more donations. But until then, it's back to you guys.
Thank you so much. You saw that I just pulled Wolfric on Nia. He's an attacker blade and it's going to give Nia 10% increase to her damage, which is nice. And then where's my fire blade? There we
I'll
go.
work my ass off to meet your expectations.
So I want to fire blade on Rex for more for combos. And then I also check Crosset's affinity chart to give her Gathering Sparks level 3. And I give the ball attachment to Nia for more damage, Gear Vest to Rex for more tankiness, and I get the Narcipair Jelly to Nia to give her very, very frequent access to heals, because this next couple of fights are going to be very, very dangerous. They deal a lot of damage, and you want to make sure that you have your HP topped up pretty much at all times.
Yeah, it's kind of insane how quickly Quadra does those menus. These menus aren't static because the blades that he pulls are random. So just the fact that he's able to do those menus that cleanly and that quickly are really just a testament to why he's such a top runner in this category. So yeah, this is Lilia 1. We're going to be using Crosset's Tier 1. And we're waiting for Rex to charge up his Tier 2. So once that happens, we'll combo that into Crosset's Tier 4. So it's just kind of building up this big blade combo, and hopefully Lilia cooperates. She's a pretty dangerous boss, this artificial blade. But yeah, so just kind of waiting and charging up these as much as possible, picking up the potions, and getting that affinity to max so you can use that Tier 3.
Yep, I got really nice potion, a lot of potions early on, so I'm going to be able to get a ton of damage on Lila here, basically ensure that she's going to die here. So once my Tier 4 comes up here, I'm going to use one last Bomber to see if I can get a break. I do not get it, but it's fine, I have enough damage to kill her anyway. The break's just going to give me a bit more XP and SP for later. So yeah, that was a very nice fight. That is one of the most dangerous fights in the run because Lila deals a lot of damage. It's also the reason why we want to be at level 23 for this fight. It's because when your level's lower than your opponent, it actually makes you take extra damage. And if you're at level 22, you actually take 140% extra damage from Lila, whereas if you're at level 23, you only take 125% extra damage. So, you know, being one level higher makes a lot of difference when it comes to that fight. And now we have a fight against Morak here. She saw that an artificial blade has been causing a lot of problems, and, you know, she thinks that that's Poppy, but obviously we know that that's Lila. But she doesn't know that, and she's trying to capture us here.
So yeah, we have Morag and Brigid here. Just need to take out all of these various enemies. And this is one where the party meter up in the top left is going to come into play. So again, that chain mechanic. You see here that we get very quickly now to max affinity, and these potions are just kind of dropping like candy, which is really what you like to see. As we progress throughout the game, the ramp time gets much quicker. Like, you get higher levels of gathering sparks, and we're using a bunch of items items to make sure that we can get to max affinity as quickly as possible, as well as charge our arts much quicker.
Much obliged.
Where's that soldier? Always there.
He was hiding.
I couldn't find him. It's hiding.
So yeah, our party meter is going to be almost charged here in just a second.
Let me do it.
Called on me. Keep eye on it.
I want to heal here.
My dead body.
Very nice. Big topple. Awesome. Cool. This is the perfect fight here. I want to set up a volcano on this topple and immediately go into a chain attack. You're going to see our HP is just going to melt here. And I am going to intentionally not clear any of the QTEs here because Volcano is the largest DOT in the, of any Blade combo in the entire game. I'm just going to rack up all that DOT, all that juicy DOT.
Yeah, you just see that ticking over and over and over on the body that's toppled, and just everybody's kind of doing that overkill thing to make sure that you get as much bonus experience as possible.
That is a humongous overkill, over 400%. That's absolutely huge.
Yeah, so that's just effectively a 4x bonus on what you would normally get from that fight.
Yeah, and Morak is the first enemy here, which we intentionally chained to get extra XP and SP, and that was a very nice overkill. I am pretty sure that I do not need to do the extra chain later, although I might be wrong because I didn't do the backup strat on Makos just now, which does give me less SP. But I'm going to try to get more joint combo finishes and basically guarantee that I have enough SP. But right now I'm just going to run a few errands.
Yeah, I think this would be a good time for a donation or two if you're set up.
Absolutely. Also, I just wanted to mention that I am your further host for the rest of this shift, and hope that your run so far, quadraaceps, is going fantastic. It looks like it's been a blast so far, but we do have a few donations to read off. We've got Xenoblade with $20 saying, already donated, but Mifra still needs some help. So here I go. Love from France and good luck quads. So that's $20 for Mifra. We've also got $233.45. And that is also going to Mifra. Thank you, Eugenie9, for the $123.45. We've got time for one more?
Yep, sure, go ahead.
We've got another big donation. $110 coming in from Mugaku. That says, meh. This Tatsu, not Tora. Silly friends, Tatsu's not delicious. Best ever ingredients. Tatsu tastes like poison and poop. Tatsu definitely not potato. I've got a lot of questions about that donation reading. But here's the interesting thing. $100 of that 110 donation went to Mifra, but then $10 went to Pyra.
Wow,
Like,
many amazing places in
we'll go with it, right?
Enjoy you for a bit.
Back to you.
Thank you so much for all the donations. That's incredible. But yeah, now that we are, now that we defeated Morak, we told her that, hey, you know, we're not the ones that are causing all that trouble in town. It's actually an artificial blade known as Lila, and Morak says, okay, sure, I believe you. Go and find out where she is, and that's what we're doing right now. We are trying to uncover Lila's location. And next up, we have to scrutinize a bunch of green barrels. And that's where we need free Nop on Wisdom for. And so I have Boreas now. I'm going to equip Boreas onto Rex. Rex is actually the optimal driver to have Boreas on because you can, in terms of menuing, it's the fastest to have Boreas on Rex.
Yeah, at any given moment, you can only have 3 blades equipped to 1 driver. So the shuffling around of those has been very thoroughly routed out to make sure that you optimize not having to do as few actions as possible.
Yep, and I'm going to be able to remove Boreas later from Rex by sending him on a Merc mission for another Hunter's Chemistry anyway. So if I had him on Nia, I would have had to put Crosset back and then send Boreas on the Merc mission. So that's why having Boreas on Rex in the first place saves a tiny bit of time. And so here's the green barrels. There's actually another way which you can get that you can skip having to have Nop on Wisdom level 3. It's actually to send some blades on a Merc mission. The problem is that Merc mission takes 30 minutes to complete, and we're not gonna sit here for 30 minutes and waiting for that Merc mission. So yep, we just have to bite the bullet if we don't have Boreas. Just going to get Knob on Wisdom level 3 on Poppy. But now that we know where Lila is, we're gonna go back and report to Morag. You see me swap to Dromark here. I've done a couple of zombie hovers just now. Did some parkouring down to the yellow barrels, and now I'm gonna do another zombie hover to skip a cutscene here that actually at the Heartache Palace, where if we trigger it, the guard will say, "Hey, you're not supposed to be here," and then he'll chase us out. We want to come to Heartache Palace because we want to tag a landmark there, which we're gonna go to later. And again, landmarks give us extra SP, so I do want that SP for this point. There we go. I'm gonna swap off of Dromark, and this is this is one example of intentionally not triggering a cutscene here. And then here we are in the elevator. I have a bit of downtime, so I'm just going to give y'all some fan service. No, come here across it.
Elevators in this game like vary very wildly in their speed. That's a pretty slow elevator there.
Yeah, but here I'm gonna swap back on Dromar because you can't trigger any story flags, and you also can't tag landmarks unless you're on Dromar. So after tagging Heartache Dot level 2, I'm gonna go. We're gonna actually head over to finding Lila right now. Could do another zombie hover here because there's gonna be a big jump later. And then after that, I'm gonna send Blades on the Lunch of Love Merc mission, which I mentioned just now. That's gonna give me another Hunter's Chemistry in about half an hour from now. The last Hunter's Chemistry which we want for this run.
Yeah, zombie hover there to skip walking down this entire thing, which is very slow. So instead you just jump down. Yeah, and sending them on this 30-minute mission. Thankfully, you don't need the Hunter's Chemistry until after the 30 minutes have passed, so you'll get it by the time you need it.
Yeah, 2 is plenty, and you have 1 on Wolfrig, 1 on Crossset. Not Crossset, on Poppy right now. So we can use those for now. And that menu actually removes our zombie hover state because we send Boreas, who was on Rex, on a Merc mission, and that changes our blade configuration. And so that removes the zombie hover, so we can trigger this cutscene here and get into the next fight with Zeke von Genbu, Bringer of Chaos, also known as the Zekinator.
Zekinator has gotten some upgrades and is a little bit more difficult than the last time we fought it, but not too much so.
Yeah, we've gotten stronger as well, so it's still going to be a pretty easy fight. I did miss my acrobatic bomber there. It's kind of annoying, but not that big of an issue. It's going to just be a very simple mech explosion fight.
Yeah, so there's the heat running, the acrobatic bomber hit there, the break, and then just kind of waiting to charge up the next level, and we want to get up to level 4 for the mega explosion.
Nice topple from Tora there, nice.
So again, if you're watching at home, take a look at the lower right-hand side of the screen, and you see once it hits that 4, that level 4 blade combo becomes available, and Quadra's now able to use the Mega Explosion.
Yeah, they should be able to take Zeke out. I want to try to get a JCF here because every bit of extra SP that I get from the fights here are going to matter as to whether I can skip the extra chain later.
Yeah, and since we're kind of progressing pretty deep into the story, the enemies are now starting to give like an actually decent amount of experience where it becomes pretty worth it to go for those JCFs.
Yep, and I do think, after thinking about it, with the JCFs that I've gotten so far, as well as the nice Echoes and Morag Overkill, I should be able to skip the chain on the second last boss of this chapter. So over here we find out that Lila is in this factory. We're gonna track her down, get the key here, and activate this ladder to the factory. And then we find Lila and find out that actually Mui Mui and Bana, of all people, have been colluding to create artificial blades in this factory, selling them to who knows whoever. And then they also are in control of Lila, and they are responsible for having killed Tora's grandfather Susu ages ago, and also kidnapping Professor Tadazo to finish Lila. So this is where Tora realizes that that what happened all those years ago, it's because of Bana and Mui Mui, and we are going to put a stop to their plans right now after another Turkin fight where we want to get as much AoE as we can, and then we have a fight against Lila. This time Lila is not going to be too dangerous because we're much higher level now. She's not going to deal quite as much damage to her, but she does get a pretty significant buff in the form of a move known as Thunder Kick, which basically is going to kill us if we don't kill her. So I really want to make sure I kill Lila in that fight.
Yep. So again, these just little fights where you're dealing with multiple small enemies. Crossset is just really good at taking these out with her level 1 blade combo. And you see Quadra here positioning to get them all in a line. Looks like one ran off to the right, which is a little bit unlucky. But hitting these three with it, and then that one on the right is just going to take a little bit more to kill. Oh, full health one. Unlucky.
Yeah, I should be able to get both of them in the AoE here. Very nice. I got both of them in that line. You notice how I swapped targets because I knew there was going to be one in the middle. It's going to get hit by the AoE anyway. So yep, now here is Lila 2.
Just do what we always do.
Yeah, it's very similar to Lila 1 in the way that you deal with it, as well as just her abilities.
Yeah, and I didn't mention that for these fights you do want to have 6 potions just to make sure that you're hitting the damage thresholds.
Yeah, so for every fight, Quadra just kind of has an idea of how many potions he needs to meet the damage range, as well as like if he's missing the break or missing the topple.
So I get a nice break there. That's just gonna give me more damage and more potions. I do have enough potions at this point, so I'm just going to try to get as much damage as I can with my acrobatic bombers. Again, the damage is going to be pretty tight. I do want to make sure that I kill Lila here. That's why I'm going for the bombers here, because they deal a lot more damage.
So there's Rex comboing his in.
Okay, she used an Ether Barrier here, which is actually nice. I do want to preserve the break here. And so I'm going to charge up my tier 4 here. Okay, that's a topple. That doesn't matter. I'm going to be able to get the Mega Explosion on topple here. That's going to give me a JCF, basically ensure that I do not need to chain the next boss here. It's a really, really nice fight. Guarantees as well that I can kill Lila, yeah.
Really good fight.
Okay, now we have probably one of the biggest skips in the speedrun. So casually you have to run through the entire factory. We're not going to do that. We're just going to do a clip and be done with that. So I am going to be quiet and focus on this clip now.
And we're you.
The adventure continues.
Yeah, this clip is kind of awkward. There's really Quadra has a little bit of an indicator for what he wants to do, but you kind of have to jump at this into an angle, onto the pipe, and then onto the door frame down at the bottom.
There we go.
Perfect.
Very nice.
First try.
First try factory clip. Saves you about 4 to 5 minutes over just running through the factory casually. That was a really nicely executed factory clip.
Insane.
Okay, so now we have a fight against Rosa. It's basically Lila, except she's really big. And big things are strong, apparently.
Yeah. She has a ton of HP.
Yeah, she has a ton of HP, a ton of break resistance. She's very annoying to take out. And that's why we usually chain her anyway, because usually we don't have the required damage. But if we do get a lucky break later, we can actually take her out very cleanly.
Yeah, this is also another multi-phase fight, so Quadra is basically done picking up potions for this phase, but then when you phase into phase 2, you have to re-pick them up to start stacking up that damage buff again.
Okay, there we go. That's the end of the first phase. It can be annoying at times. They use Bam Bam Rocket, which toppled me and immobilized me for a couple of seconds. But now we get Tora back in the party, and he has access to a new blade known as Poppy QT, a different form of Poppy, who is a fire blade. And that's going to be very useful because we can now use Poppy QT to combo into our Mega Explosions.
Yeah, so it's going to be just kind of whichever of Rex or Tora charges up their tier 2 fire first. So it is, again, a little bit of RNG because they like to switch their blades out. Rex does. Poppy QT is pretty consistent, so it looks like Burnout is available. I just need to charge up that tier 4.
Okay, good thing that Bam Bam Rocket didn't target me there. So I'm gonna use Tora's Burnout now. I'm gonna try to get a tiny bit of extra damage onto Rosa right here. I do get the break. Oh no.
Charge!
That was not the break that I needed.
That was too early.
Yeah, I did go for that because I just wanted some extra damage. But it's fine. Okay. I'll do it. Oh, I did get the break anyway. Very, very good fight. I'm going to be able to take Rosa out right now.
You mentioned she has a pretty high break resistance, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's lucky.
That was very lucky. Perfect as well because I didn't need to chain her. That was the fastest way to finish this fight. Getting very good RNG here.
Yeah, overall, this chapter has been going very, very
It's been amazing. This chapter has been really good. Just really solid fights all the way around and pretty solid blade pulls as well. So now I'm going to do probably one of the most important menus in terms of getting skills. I'm going to get a very important skill on Nia called Arts Chain. This is going to allow us to chain arts into each other and allow us to drastically speed up the combat and build up our specials insanely quickly. Okay, what water blades do I have in Rex? I did forget. Okay, this one's good. Oops. Okay, now I want to swap the water blade, the fire blade for a water blade. Actually, oh, never mind. Yeah, because I do want to set up a Steam Explosion, which has an AoE, and this next fight has 2 enemies, and if we get a good fight, we can actually take both of them out at the same time. It's gonna be a 2-phase fight, so this first phase is not gonna be too exciting. I'm just gonna be gathering some potions and trying to get Mikhail to the HP threshold. I get a nice topple, which is gonna give me lots of potions. And basically, there we go. That was really fast. Normally you need like 2 tier 1s, but the extra potions with the topple really helped out there. Okay, so now we have the second phase, and if we are good, we can actually get a really flashy double kill here. I want to set up again the Steam Explosion.
Yeah, if you're watching with that Arts Chain, you're going to see these abilities just kind of charge much, much faster, which is, it's good for just so many different things. You're going to get your blade combos faster, you're going to get your potions to drop faster, to get that scaling up, and it's really going to help speed up these fights and help you get to your high damage potential very, very quickly.
I'm getting some really nice potions.
Alright, so we have 1 tier 1 built already. We're waiting for Rex to get his Steam Bomb right there. And then charging up Crossette's tier 4. She's at tier 3 right now. So there's Steam Bomb.
Okay, a bit unlucky here. I didn't.
Oh, got knocked down.
Okay, I'm gonna see.
Yeah, that's tier 4.
Okay, no, I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna bother with the double kill here. I'm just gonna go for Mikhail and then I'll take out Petroka. I'm not gonna wait for her to come closer. Okay, so here I'm gonna do a backup fight on Petroka. Yeah, she was standing very far from Mikhail, so I couldn't get the double kill there, but not too big of an issue. Oh no. Oh, it's fine. It just wastes a bit of time. Okay, there we go. There's some. Oh, she resists topple. Nice. Resists topple twice. Okay, Petroka really, really.
She heard what we were saying about how well the chapter was going.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. She's really determined. yeah, I didn't want to go for the double kill there because Patroka is standing too far away, and I didn't want to waste too much time. Mikau might end up doing some really nasty stuff to me if I wait for too long. So yeah, I just chose to go for them one by one there. Fortunately, you saw with that topple or with that break and so many potions, I was able to dispatch Patroka very, very easily there. And now we're into chapter 5. We meet Fanla Norn. Fanla Norn, oh my gosh, I seem to remember that she has like a different name, but every time I think about it, my mind starts to get like really hazy. But basically, Fanla Norn's here, and she is a convoy of the Indoline, the Praetor, which is the Pope figure of Indal. Indal is kind of like the religious capital of this game. So she's sent here by the Praetor to fetch us over to Indal. And so we're like, yeah, you know, we wanted to go to Indal anyway, so we'll follow you. And now we just have a really long section of walking. Basically, we're here in Leftheria, and we have to get to the other end of this continent, where we can go to the harbor and board a ship to Indal. And along the way, we're going to stop by Rex's hometown of Fonset Village, and Pyra starts to get really excited because she wants to meet everybody. She wants to meet Rex's... she wants to meet like everybody that Rex is close to. And so that's where we're going right now. And so this is an excellent time for donations. We are past chapter 4, which is by far the most stressful chapter in the speedrun. And right now we just have some nice change of pace, some nice, quiet, relaxing music while we head over to Fonset Village. So take it away with the donations.
You've got it. Now, let me just tell you this. We just had a $256 donation from Vax Herd.
Yo!
Let's go.
Their message reads, Brighead is the only correct answer. $256 of that donation goes towards Pyra. And let me just kind of tell you where we're at right now, because I want to see some change. Mithra is at $1,123.45. Pyra is at $1,021. There is still time to be able to change that fate of who's going to be the name choice for this. But before that as well, we've actually got more and more donations that I need to read out. So, Arch donates $180, saying
Whoa.
just enough to get Mithra back in the lead, at least as of when this donation is going through. Gotta keep it close. Thank you, Arch, for the 180. We've also got Soulrest with $100, saying, Hi, Quad. I only recently met you, but seeing the amazing grind you put in these last few weeks has left me astounded at your achievements. Good luck on your run. $100 went to Mithra. Any time for some more?
Yeah, go ahead. This is like the longest walking section in Terra Run.
Hey, no problem. We've got a few more. We've got Primo with $50. They say, awesome run and great commentary of a wonderful game. Good luck and Pyra, best gal. So that's $50 going towards Pyra. Thank you, Primo. We've also got Menidalf with another $50, saying, which of Swift Army Blades would you guys consider best?
Many amazing places in it.
We discovered good places.
And that's $50 towards
Which
Mithra.
one? We're supposed
What
to...
was the question?
I think it might have been a question. Which
Yeah.
of Swiss Army Blades would you guys consider best?
I'm not...
Not sure I understand the question.
Perdido.
Well, we'll just go over and we'll say that $50 went to Mithra. Thank you, Menidal, for the $50. We've also got Mr. Coffee Cups with $50, and that $50 goes towards Pyra as well. We've also got Fuzzy with $100. That says Pyra is too wholesome, a character to not vote for. So you guessed it, $100 for Pyra. We've also got an anonymous $10 donation saying good luck and thanks to everyone involved for donating their time. And that has no bid. So at the moment, again, I'm going to, let me just double check to see if there's any new donations coming through. We actually do have a new donation coming through. $11 from I grinded too long in this game. That is the donation. That is the donator name. So the comment reads, out of curiosity, What do we do if the incentive ends in a tie?
The next donation wins.
So you heard it here. If it is at a tie, it's literally the next donation for the name choice that will be met. So with that, with $10 of that $11 amount goes towards Mithra. So let me update the total to see where we're at for the name choice. That is $1,133.45 for Mithra. And Pyra's sitting at $1,021.
Oh. Thank you so much for all the donations, all the kind words. Really, really makes me so happy that this run is getting so much support. Thank you all again.
Y'all are absolutely insane.
Yeah,
Raising so much money for
you're
Alzheimer's
killing
Fund
it.
Club.
Many amazing places in it.
I can actually confirm from the name choice we have raised over $2,000, and the exact amount is $2,154.45 alone for the name choice.
That is absolutely amazing.
Absolutely incredible. Oh my gosh. Thank you.
I'm glad y'all are so opinionated with your wallets.
Yeah. All right, we are nearing Fonsat Village here. Fun fact, this is actually the only part of the run which you can reasonably take a bathroom break. Basically, there is a long section of walking here that's in a straight line. So what you do is you can set your game on auto run and just run straight. And you have about a minute to do whatever you need to do before you have to start moving again.
Yeah, that is one hard thing about these longer JRPG runs is trying to find time to make sure you take care of yourself and can get up and do what you need to do.
It's really important if you want to function optimally for the speedrun. Anyway, we are here in Fonsat Village, and we are going to visit Corrine here, and Corrine's actually Rex's kind of like a guardian. That's the right word. So Rex's parents are actually dead. He is an orphan. So Corrine actually took him in when Rex was much younger and has been raising him ever since. And Corrine is the person that Rex sends money back to every time he turns his salvage in. So over here, Rex wants to go and pay his parents a visit, his parents' gravestones, and he brings Pyra along with them, and there are a lot of romantic implications to some of the cutscenes here. There's a really sweet moment and character development for Rex and Pyra. Pyra finds out that Rex has suffered a lot as a child. He has lost a lot. He's lost his parents and basically grew up with nothing much. And so Pyra's like, you know, maybe it's better if I'm not around Rex. You know, I might just cause him more suffering. And she has a nice long talk with Bridget, who tells her that, hey, you know, don't think that way. And that's all behind Rex's back. Now that we're done with the little pit stop here in Fonsat Village, we're gonna head over to Isheva Harbor, where we can finally go to Indal and meet up with this mysterious person, or the Praetor actually, who will hopefully be able to tell us how to get to the World Tree. And we actually find out from Fan that the Praetor is actually the driver of Mallows. So Mallows is actually an Aegis as well, just like Pyra and Mithra. And the Praetor is Mallows' driver. So keep that in mind. But for now, we're gonna go into yet another fight against Zeke von Ganbu. And this time he's actually a lot stronger. Like, he can, if you aren't careful, he can actually kill you.
Yeah, classic Zeke showing up when you least want him to be here.
Yeah, and he even has the theme song here is different. It's not his Zeke von Ganbu theme anymore. It shows that probably he's getting a lot more serious.
Yeah, now he's actually trying to kill us. So yeah, still at this point, like, again, we're able to ramp damage very, very efficiently. Like, that was not even like 10 seconds to the fight. Everybody's already max affinity. and we're working on building up those gathering spark stacks and making sure to be able to do as much damage as possible. So setting up that tier 2, the tier 2 burnout with one of our side characters, and then moving into the cross at tier 4.
Yeah, this should be enough. I have pretty much max stacks of potions. Yep, this will be enough to take Zeke out. There we go. That's a very clean fight. Like I said, this fight can be very dangerous if you're not careful. He can deal a lot of damage to you if you bring him low enough on HP. Then he will unlock like a special skill which just like one-shots you. So yeah, we are able to circumvent that. And now we're in Indal. If you notice, along the way I've actually been throwing rocks at monsters. This is to get Gathering Sparks level 4. So if I've been doing a good job with that, I should get Gathering Sparks 4 over here, which I do. So very nice. Yep, the reason why I want to get Gathering Sparks level 4 is because at the end of this chapter, there's going to be a gauntlet against 3 bosses. And some of these fights can be very, very annoying. And I basically want Gathering Sparks level 4 just to give me that tiny bit of extra damage to make the fights a bit less punishing if you do not get the good break RNG.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's gonna start getting really important to ramp up as quickly as possible because the bosses are now starting to get very, very deadly. So the quicker you can get to your damage potential, the quicker you can kill the boss. It's basically kill them before they kill you.
Exactly. So right now we're in Indal. We're going to have an audience with the Praetor. His name is Malthus. And like I said, Malthus is the driver of Malos. And while we are talking to Amalthus during the audience, Rex starts to get visions of Malos superimposed on top of Amalthus. Now I wonder what that can mean. I don't think it really means that Amalthus is a bad person or anything. Probably Rex is just a little tired from all the walking he's done through Litheria.
Yeah, it's probably okay.
It's probably okay. He takes a lot of rest here.
He seems like a nice guy.
I think we take like 3 rest total or 2 or 3 rest total here in Indal just because we've just been like doing so much walking.
Hey, all the lore is very tiring.
Exactly. So yeah, we're going to meet with Amalthus here. So actually this is a great time for donations because it's just more downtime of doing story quests.
Absolutely right. We have $5 from Velopia. That reads, I am really excited for this run since I am just watching my most favorite game. 5 for Pyra, because she is best gal. So you've got it, $5 for Pyra. And I'm going to give you an update on the name choice incentive right now. So Mithra's at $1,133.45. Pyra's now up to $1,026. So don't forget, everybody, you have up to the end, well, to the start of chapter 8 to decide the fate of the name choice between Mithra and Pyra. So I want to see some more changes within the name choices. I want to see some love for Pyra, maybe.
Yep, it's still really close. There is still plenty of opportunity for Pyra to take the lead here. So definitely do get those donations in if you want to see your favorite girl come out on top. Again, the incentive will cut off at the start of chapter 8, which is still well over an hour from now. We're at chapter 5 right now, just over the halfway point of this game. So now we basically find out that there is a titan known as Temperentia, and over there at Temperentia there are actually certain titan weapons. And then Jin manages to hijack one of them and starts causing a lot of damage and destruction everywhere, and basically trying to provoke the Empire of Moradin into war with Uriah. Because Temperentia is supposed to be like a kind of a neutral zone between both Moradin and Uriah. So we have to go over to Temperentia to sort that out. So that's where we're going now.
Yeah, these games do like a really good job of kind of building the politics around these various like civilizations that are occurring on these titans. and you see how the characters that we're involved with are just kind of manipulating that to their own advantage, trying to get to the end, to the means of their ends, and accomplish their goals.
Yep, I'm going to do another zombie hover once we get into Temperentia, and this is going to be one of the coolest usages of zombie hover. So I'm also going to make a safety save there, just in case I mess up the timing a bit and end up crashing the game.
Yeah, crashing the game would not be good for speed.
Exactly. Okay, so I'm going to make the safety save here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up this chest here, the item in this chest known as the beta scope, which I'll explain later, but it's going to be very, very important for the rest of the speedrun.
So yeah, using the skip travel menu to trigger the zombie hover. Oops.
Where do we go from here?
Messed up a bit of the timing. Okay, there we go. I managed to recover that by I think I didn't hold down zombie hover for long enough before I skip traveled, so I ended up having to do a backup there. But yeah, now that we're in Temperentia, so we're in zombie hover here. We actually want to avoid triggering a cutscene here that will create a death plane and basically kill us if we were to exceed a certain point of the y-axis. Yeah. Basically avoid this cutscene, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna swap over off of Jomark so that we can run right past the cutscene. Then we swap back to Jomark to tag the landmarks, and then we want to head over down Temperentia and into a late game area to pick up some really nice items. So I avoid the cutscene here. Once I'm past it, I swap back to Jomark to tag Overlook Hill because I want to warp back here later. Tag one more landmark here, Haggle's Sword Tip.
Yeah, it's really convenient that like when you're on Dromark, you can still interact with these story prompts and get done when you need to get done.
Yep, so now the reason why we want to take this detour is to get an item known as the Shining Star Chip, and we will get 3 of them, in fact. These are really late game star chips, late game core chips that are gonna skyrocket our damage. And the detour to get them is 2 minutes, but the amount of utility that they give, just because they have so much damage, is going to easily outweigh that time loss of 2 minutes. And this is also why we need 3 Earth Blades. Later in the run, we're going to need 2 Earth Mastery later anyway. So just by getting 1 more Earth Blade, we can actually get access to these Shining Star Chips, which are going to make a lot of fights much more bearable. So I get my Merc mission back there, and now I want to go into the menu and accept that Hunter's Chemistry. So I'm going to refine that later after this chapter.
So that was 30 minutes ago. Set those mercs out. They came back.
Yep, now I want to swap over some blades. I believe I want to give the Earth Blades to Zeke here. And then I want to give Agate to Morag. And then I want to give you to... Oh, actually... that's fine.
Yeah, this part of the game just needs like quite a bit of knowledge because Quadra has to know like exactly where he wants these blades to be able to get the combination of the 3 earth that he needs, and it could be 3 different earth blades on every run. So like having the ability to adapt on the fly to what he pulled in the gotcha section.
Yeah, I was looking for an Earth Wind Blade that I could give to Morag just to make some of my menus later a bit easier, but I didn't have any good Earth Blades. I need the one on Nia for later, so I didn't have like an actual Earth Blade to give Morag, but it's fine. It's just a bit of extra menuing later. So now we can excavate this chest here. We need 4 Earth Mastery and 2 Fortitude, which we already have from Crossset and Poppy Cutie. And this is going to give us the Shining Star Chips.
Look at that chest. You can just tell something good is in it.
Yeah, it's so shiny. It's really big as well. Okay, there we go. There are the 3 Shining Star Chips.
Again, just a very late game area that we should not have access to.
Yeah, and only possible at this point of the run due to the zombie hover. So now I'm going to check Crosshair's chart for Gathering Sparks level 4. It's going to be very useful for these upcoming fights. I'm going to immediately give her the Shining Star Chips. Also going to give it to Corvin. Corvin's going to be very, very useful later. And then I'm going to give it to Bridget because it's going to increase her damage. And again, more damage means more aggro. And that means Crosshair's going to be a lot safer. Swap around some arts. Oops. Gonna remove everyone except Mithra. Only one Mithra for the gauntlet. And gonna give Morak Arts Relay and a bunch of skills to our drivers to let them charge up their specials a lot quicker.
Yeah, so those core chips, if you were looking at the change, for most of these blades, it was more than tripling their damage. So we've been talking about gathering sparks, and it builds up to like a 500% bonus. We're tripling that base. So that base now is going to get times 5 to get up to that 500%, and it's just going to skyrocket the damage at this point.
Yep, and I also give the Beta Scope, which we picked up earlier, to Nia. The Beta Scope is a really, really important item to pick up because it decreases enemy break resistance by a flat amount. I believe it's 25%. So this is going to be really, really nice because it's going to make getting breaks a lot easier for the fights later. And because the monsters are going to get so much stronger, we are going to want to get breaks on those.
Yeah, so more break consistency and just a ton more damage at this point, just from that gear that got picked up.
Okay, so here's the first fight of the gauntlet. I want to start everyone on the core to distract it while I build my potions on the power lines. You don't want to attack the core here because it's going to infinitely regenerate anyway, as long as the power lines are still alive. So I'm just going to build to my tier 4 here on the power lines and hopefully be able to take it out. I get some really nice potions here.
Yeah, just kind of chilling, attacking the power lines.
Yep, so I used Morak's tier 1 here, and that should allow me to get up my... Oh no, it used Razor Fret just as I was about to get my tier 4 up. It's really annoying.
Yeah, so you see the blade there is locked, and you don't have that affinity line, so the blade can't act at this point.
Okay, there we go. Should be fine now though.
So tier 3. Oof.
Do not kill Rex, please. Do not kill Rex. Do not kill Rex. Do not kill Rex.
Rex. Oh, go Nia.
Oh, okay.
Oh. That was almost
really,
a party wipe.
Ah, that was so bad. It used Razor Fret, which shackled my blades and made me unable to use blade combos just as I was about to use my tier 4. And yeah, this can be a bit annoying because it's like it's not guaranteed to use Razor Fret like at a certain point. So it's a little bit of RNG.
So while we did pick up quite a bit of damage and consistency with the breaks, we didn't really pick up any defense. So these enemies are starting to hit very, very hard. And you saw there that basically that one attack from the core knocked out 2 party members, and Rex had to like luckily bring up Mia there to finish off the fight. But yeah, Jin here is pretty much the same combo to take down. Morag is going to use the tier 1, Pyro tier 2, and then this cross set tier 4 is going to take him down.
Yep, I get a really nice fight here, get a break, basically ensures that he's dead. You're going to see a ton of damage here, close to cap damage, and that's just the power of the Shining Star Chips.
Plenty of damage, not a lot of defense. Alright, and the final fight of the gauntlet.
Yeah, this is also the most annoying fight. It's against the HMS core.
Yeah, so the potions in this behave really weirdly, don't they?
Yeah, they start for this fight, they spawn like really far away from each other.
Yeah, Nia just takes forever to walk over to him. That one despawned before he was able to get to it. Alright, so we're getting there. Just kind of building up.
Okay. I hope this is enough. This should be enough. I got a really nice break there, which basically meant that I shouldn't need to pick up any more potions. Yep, this should be enough. Very, very nice fight here.
All right.
So we had a bit of a
start.
sketchy Paralines fight, but the really fast HMS core fight more than made up for that. And had a really good Jin fight as well. So overall, I would say that this chapter 5 was a success.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. That was... You got it done. All right, moving on to chapter 6.
Yep. So basically, what happened there is that we managed to stop Jin, who was controlling the weapon he was using to wreak havoc upon Temperentia. And then we actually realized that Jin is what's known as a flesh eater. Flesh eaters are blades that have been infused with human cells to give them like more powerful abilities compared to their original forms. But not all of these blades, not all of these flesh eaters are successful flesh eaters. So the kind of failed experiments actually lose their immortality and also start aging. So Cole, who we met in Uriah, was also a flesh eater, and he was one of the failed experiments at creating flesh eaters. So he was actually shown to be an aging grandfather. And normally this is not the case. Blades are supposed to be immortal. They shouldn't age, and yeah, they should always be the same.
They should just go back to their core.
Yeah, they just go back to their core. But in this case, that's not the case for Cole because he is a flesh eater. For Jin as well, he's also a flesh eater, and basically he's really upset. He's really upset because blades go back to their cores whenever their drivers die, and he's like, that allows humans to basically enslave blades because we can't remember anything. Humans are pretty much superior to blades, and he doesn't like that.
Yeah, so they tried to experiment to make that change. Yeah, I think just have time for a donation or two. What do you think?
If you guys are ready, I'm absolutely happy to read some more donations.
Yeah.
Right, we've got $30 from Evan XC. That reads no comment, but the $30 goes towards Pyra. And then we have Ananance with $5.45. And they say, I don't really have a personal preference here. But that 45-cent off-cent was really tickling me off. Ticking me off anyway. So here's a little balancing. And get this. Just the 45 cents of that $5 donation goes towards Pyra, but then the $5 goes towards the Record of Lodos War. Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth, any percent no out of bounds. The out of bounds showcase with $5. So I could actually give you an update on both of those. So the out of bounds showcase is now at $1,443.45 out of the 1,500 total, which means less than $50 to meet the out of bounds showcase. And for Mithra and Pyra, Mithra's at $1,133.45, and Pyra now at $1,056.45.
Oh, Mithra's catching up.
All right, thank you so much for the donations. So yeah, now we're just doing a bit more story questing here in Indal. What happened at the end of chapter 5? So after it's revealed that Jin's a flesh eater, it's also revealed that Jin actually fought alongside Mithra in the Aegis War 500 years ago against Malos. And Mithra is very confused as to why Jin now fights alongside Malos, who's trying to destroy everything in this world. And Jin basically says he realizes that Malos had the right of it. And he says that humans are terrible. Basically, the gist of what he's saying is that humans are terrible creatures. And so he kills Fanlanorn in one of the saddest cutscenes ever. And then when we're back in Indal, there's actually a funeral for Fanlanorn. And Mithra remarks that Fanlanorn's core crystal looks kind of odd. So Fanlanorn actually has another name. She goes by the name of Haze 500 years ago in the Aegis War. She used to be Haze. She's given the name Fanlanorn in this game because Amalthus bonded with Haze's core crystal and decided to give her a new name. So Haze or Fanlanorn in this game is now Amalthus's blade, and after she dies, Interestingly enough, she doesn't revert back to her core crystal, and on top of that, her core crystal looks a bit odd. Instead of a diamond shape, it's actually half of that. It's only a triangle. So Mifra remarks that it's really strange, and basically it's just leaving us this sort of question, like what happened to Van Lenorn's core crystal. But anyway, now we're playing detective. There's gonna be a summit held between the Empire of Moradane and Uriah to basically sort out what happened in Temperentia. Zeke, as a neutral party, says that, hey, you know, it's not anyone's fault. It's actually Torna. And then over here in Indal, we actually catch rumor that Bana is attempting to assassinate the leaders of Moradane and Uriah to incite war. And the reason why he wants to do that is because if there's war, people need weapons, and he can sell weapons for money. So Bana really just is a person who's motivated by money. So of course we have to put a stop to Bana's scheme here, and that's why we're playing detective. We know the answers to this quiz. It's 2311. And afterwards, we are going to go into the battleship to put an end to... Or, well, rather, firstly, we think that the food is going to be poisoned. The way of assassination is going to be poisoned. So we are going to take out the Turkins that are responsible for cooking the meals. So that's where we're going to go right now. Before that, I'm going to do a menu. I'm going to put Rex and Tora back in my party. I took Rex out just now because in this section, if you have multiple people in your party, it actually does lag a bit when you talk to NPCs. Put the Water Blade and Corvin, and then I'm going to give Corvin the Hunter's Chemistry and the Critical Up, which we crafted just now. And the Water Blade's not going to be too useful for these fights, but it's just to save on menus for later. We're going to need it for a fight at the end of this chapter. Now we're going to head into the kitchen here, and we're going to beat up a bunch of poor Turkins because they are trying to poison the leaders of this world, and we have to stop them.
Yeah, they have their little chef hats on. That's how you know that they were cooking. But yeah, so this is just another one of those fights where you want to get as many of them in the AoE as possible. So you'll see Crossette there and look right in front of her, and that's where that AoE is going to land. Really, really good tier 1 there, hitting all of the Turkins. And then just some arts here to finish off. By the time you're like basically done ramping and you have your full affinity, you can just kind of take these guys out fairly easily. They don't have a ton of HP.
Yeah, that was not too bad.
Yeah,
I did get some pretty good AoE at the start there.
Yeah, first one was really good.
Okay, now we have a fight against Bana himself, who's piloting Giga Rosa. Giga Rosa is just like Rosa, except...
But Giga.
Yeah, it's Giga. She has a giant G on her forehead. That's how you know she's Giga. But yeah, now we have the beta scope. It's going to be really easy to break her. I'm basically just going to want to do the same strat, which I did on Morak. We're going to be using this fight to get more XP and basically XP at this point by using a chain attack.
Yeah, the first Rosa was really, really tanky, had a ton of HP. This one, with our offensive upgrades that we've gotten since then, is kind of a joke. So it's going to be easy for Quadra to build up a big overkill chain to finish off Giga Rosa here.
Okay, this is a very good fight. I got the break very quickly, and I'm going to be able to stack up the Volcano on this break here.
Yeah, there's a Volcano into the chain. Again, Volcano has the dot component where it's dealing damage over time.
Yeah, that's a really large dot, over 30,000 damage. I'm going to intentionally use Corvin's tier 1 here because Corvin, tier 1, while being very strong, is also very slow. Just going to give me more DOT. I want to milk as much DOT as I can from this fight. That's why I'm also using Poppy Alpha's tier 1 because it's slightly slower. 388% overkill is pretty good for this fight. And yeah, that is a very good overkill and probably ensures that we are going to hit the level threshold later.
Yeah, I think it should be pretty good.
Okay, now that we're done with Giga Rosa, we're actually going to, if you recall, I did mention that we are going to salvage one other time in this run to get a certain field skill. And that is what we're gonna do right now. We're gonna salvage here at the wharf for 5 mechanical parts. This will unlock Jormark's Ancient Wisdom level 1, which will be needed later in Chapter 7 for a field skill check. And you're guaranteed to get at least 5 mechanical parts from salvaging here with a silver cylinder, so you're always guaranteed to get Ancient Wisdom level 1 here.
So one dive, nice and easy. Pick up that Ancient Wisdom and be able to continue on with the story.
Yep, hopefully we do not get any salvage monsters here because those can aggro us.
Oh,
The Alago is the worst one. It has a really long range, and I also got the minimum amount of drops.
yeah, so even
Oh,
though
there we go. Now I have to yeet myself off this cliff to de-aggro. So that's gonna waste some time. Really annoying.
yeah, so that is one of the other exceptions to turning off monster aggression is the salvage monsters. So that monster just aggroed there, and it would waste too much time to kill. So it's much easier just to jump off. But it looks like we have time for a donation or two.
Things are heating up over here. Let me tell you that user Namiels just donated $100 saying, I like both girls, but I first thought Mithra would be the typical mean girl. But while she isn't as kind as Pyra, she has her own kindness. So, get this. $98.55 went to Pyra, but then 55 cents goes to Mithra. Again, it's heating up because then Solris comes in with $99.99 saying, hi there again. To close the gap, and because I know Quad loves losing time to choosing Pyra, here's a donation for Pyra. So that $99.99 goes to Pyra. So, want me to update you on the total for the bid incentive?
Yep.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
get this. Pyra's now at $1,245.99. Mithra's now at $1,134.
Okay, so Pyra
Pyra's way ahead.
Pyra's in the
yeah.
lead.
is in the
by
lead right now.
$120.99.
Let's give Mithra some more love. Come on.
Well, Pyra's just Pyra was behind just a few moments ago, and now she's like way in the lead.
It's really heating up over here.
Is there an option that's faster?
So actually, the default option, the option that you start on is Mithra, and to pick Pyra, you have to do one input, which is takes like a couple of frames. So people meme about it, but Pyra is technically the slower option by a couple of frames.
So we're gonna have to lose time. So get those donations in for Mithra.
Alright, speaking of losing a bit of time, you notice I'm actually throwing rocks at monsters. This is actually not to get Gathering Sparks. We have all the Gathering Sparks that we need. This is actually to get another level of Ancient Wisdom. I'm gonna need 3 levels of Ancient Wisdom later in Chapter 7. So we already have 1 level from Jormark. Another level is gonna come from Corvin, and then the last level can either come from a Gacha blade known as Perun. But if we do not have her, we have to get a blade known as Aegeon. So Aegeon's core crystal, we actually get at the end of that Giga Rosa fight. Basically what happens is that Banna tries to detonate Giga Rosa. The Emperor of Moradin Niall, who is Aegeon's core crystal, Aegeon's driver, actually dies in that exchange, and Aegeon reverts to his core crystal. And then what happens is that Nia, for some reason, has special powers that allows her to revive Niall. And then afterwards, Niall says, hey, I'm not fit to be Aegeon's driver anymore. I want you, Morak, my sister, to take this core crystal because you can put it to much better use than me. And so that's why we have Aegeon's core crystal, and he actually comes with Ancient Wisdom, which is going to be very useful for Chapter 7. The only thing is, to awaken Aegeon, you can't awaken him immediately. To awaken him, you actually have to engage in combat. I believe it's 22 times. So that's why I'm going to be throwing rocks at monsters. By the time we actually need Aegeon, we should already have his core crystal activated and ready to go. But you want to make sure you're throwing monsters as soon as possible. So now we're here in Theoswar. I want to get the Lodronite chip here for Mifra. Mifra's damage is not going to be important. The main thing you want on Mifra is critical rate. And that's for a mechanic later, which we'll explain. But just keep in mind for now that the Lodronite chip has the highest critical rate of any core chip we can get for Mifra at this point. We're here in Tantal because Amaltha's actually sent us to Tantal here to send a letter to the king here. And after reading the letter, the king tears up the letter and he kidnaps Pyra. So we don't know what gives, but Pyra gets kidnapped. Now we have to rescue her. And that's where we are going to go. She's being held captive at the basement of this castle. And along the way, there are actually a lot of Tantalese knights that will aggro us. And that's actually pretty nice because that counts towards Aegeon's core crystal count.
Yeah, so again, the game continues its trend of removing your party members at random times throughout the story for story purposes. But it's okay.
Yeah, we're going to actually get Pyra back pretty quickly after this, but then for the entirety of Chapter 7, we're not going to have access to her. So in a casual playthrough, that's going to be one of the most frustrating parts. But as speedrunners, we know exactly how to circumvent that, and we have really good strategies for Chapter 7. But right now we just want to go and rescue Pyra. Actually, the cutscenes in this section can be very inconsistent when it comes to load times. In a marathon setting, it doesn't really matter, but in a speedrun in a PB setting or a PB attempt setting, this can be kind of trolly if you get like really long loads here. We seem to be getting some pretty good loads. There's actually a load at the end here that if you get a really fast load, it saves like 10 seconds over getting the normal slow load.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Switch games go, this game runs fairly well on the hardware, which is like...
There we go. That's the fast cutscene.
Oh. Time save.
Yep, another fight where we just want to get as much DOT as possible. These dudes actually deal a lot of damage, so I do want to try to heal Morag up if I can.
Yeah, so at this point in the game, Morag is going to be kind of the tank. So she's able to kind of draw the aggro and keep it on her fairly well at this point. She does still have pretty good damage as well, because again, more damage equals more threat. But this fight is going to be another one where you're trying to get as much AoE as possible. Build up those potions pretty quickly and take them out. Oh, Morag won. Okay.
Okay, that was a pretty good fight. I got some good AoE. Alright, now we probably do the biggest time save zombie hover in the entire run. There's a lot happening now, so I'll try to catch up on the lore when I can later. But for now, I'm going to make a safety save, because if I mess up this timing, it will crash the game, and our last save is probably in Chapter 4.
Yeah, that would be a pretty big time loss.
Like a couple of hours, maybe. Oops, there we go.
Alright, so again, the zombie hover, using those the all four shoulder buttons plus X and down. That's triggering that like developer tool that wants to just kill your party, but you do that in the middle of the cutscene, gives you the zombie hover state.
Yeah, for some reason the devs just didn't remove this dev code, and we actually found out that it had some pretty funny uses. So which turned out to be really nice for the speedrun. So this actually saves 4 minutes of going down Tantal. And that's one of the biggest discoveries in the speedrun. It didn't used to be in the route until Zombie Hover was discovered, obviously. And afterwards it just opened up like a whole new world of possibilities, like potential times just dropping lower and lower because of this 4-minute time save here.
Yeah, it's pretty convenient that you start up high in a lot of these locations and are able to use your zombie hover to drop down.
Yep, anyway, we want to go to the head of Gembu here, which is the Titan of Tantal. Basically, when the king was trying to destroy Pyra using a giant laser, and while he didn't manage to destroy Pyra, he managed to damage the Omega Feather, which is a device at the head of Gembu here, which is also the control center for Genbu. So after damaging the Omega Feather, Genbu starts to dive all the way down into the Cloud Sea, and basically we are on a timer here. If we do not stop Genbu from basically trying to kill itself, we will be crushed by the pressure of the Cloud Sea. And on top of that, the Omega Feather is also the remote control for the Artifice Ophion, which, if you remember, was guarding the World Tree. So by tinkering with the Omega Feather, which Pyra and Mithra, which we received back from the King, we will be able to control Ophion and be able to get to the World Tree finally. But it's not going to be so simple because we're going to run into Akos, Petroka, and Mikhail in a fight we know as the trio fight. And if you know anything about fights with multiple enemies, it's all about that AoE combo. So that's why we have that Steam Explosion on Rex, or that Water Blade on Rex, so we can set up that sweet Steam Explosion. Hopefully get all 3 of them if we're good gamers. But yeah, this fight's one of the hardest fights in the run to execute. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong. You need to pay attention to your aggro. Akos can shackle your blades, which is just going to slow down the fight tremendously.
All right, let's get into it.
Okay.
All right, so you're going to see Quadra here try to get these enemies as stacked up as possible. So again, managing the aggro on Nia here. So Nia currently does not have any aggro, and it looks like Brigid. Oh, so there's Nia picking up Mikhail. So Mikhail is going to now get dragged by Nia over to the archer enemy over here, and trying to get them all stacked as possible. So there's the first tiers. There's Steam Explosion getting ready. It looks like the stack is pretty good. Oh, there's the seal. Okay.
Okay. Corset, come here.
Alright, so when Crosshead gets unsealed, it should be okay to hit it?
No, Corset's not sealed. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Okay. If I get Akos here, along with my tier 4, we will have a triple kill.
That's a good stat.
I didn't get Akos. I will be able to get Petroka though. Oh, I got. No, I didn't get Akos. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
I got the weather changer.
Okay, you got 2 though. So yeah, unfortunately the enemies like to kind of move around on their own, especially Ekos. He never really wants to cooperate.
Akos is really annoying because once he enrages here, actually has guaranteed evasion, which is basically making my tier 4 fizz out here.
Yeah, you saw all that miss there.
This is why Akos is so annoying. I really wanted to get Akos. I was okay with not getting Petroka, but not getting Akos here is really annoying.
Yeah, it's just wasting a bunch of time here.
Hopefully this Mega Explosion will take him out. Okay, that should be able to take him out. It's fine, not too bad. We did at least get Petroka, which is better than not getting any of them at all. And now we have a fight against Jin. We don't have to beat him, we actually just have to get him to about 80% HP. So the fastest strat for this fight is actually just to get 1 potion and chain. There we go.
Yeah, not really any variance in this fight. You have your full party meter, so just getting the potion and hitting chain. Super easy to get him down to the HP barrier he needs to phase. That'll have him end the fight.
It's up to you,
Unleash your very well. Heat. Hey.
Okay, there we go. You really want to make sure that you get Jin in this chain, because if you don't, he will heavily disrupt you, and he will heavily disrupt your plans of PBing by instantly killing you.
Turns out, instantly getting your party wiped is not conducive to PBing.
Yeah, and the thing is, because you chain, you don't have party gauge anymore, and party gauge is what you need to revive characters, and then he will just instantly kill Nia, which ends the fight because your main driver is dead and you don't have any way to revive him.
Yeah.
But yep, that was an okay end to that chapter 6, and now in chapter 7, it's gonna be quite some running in this next dungeon here. I'm gonna tag Anastasia. This is gonna be a bit of extra XP because I'm gonna want to hit a XP threshold at the end of this next dungeon. And a bit of the lore, a bit of catching up on the lore. What happened is that, surprise, surprise, Pyra gets kidnapped again. After fighting the trio and fending them off, we actually run into Jin, who was there to stop us and kidnap Pyra. It is revealed that he is a. We already know that he's a flesh eater, but we didn't know that he was a super powerful flesh eater with the ability to move at the speed of light and control all elementary particles, which basically just means that we stood no chance against him. And so he wipes us out, and then he wipes us out and then takes Pyra, and then now we are left with nothing. And at the start of Chapter 7, it's one of the saddest cutscenes in this game. Rex is very dejected, and he's like, you know, I'm not cut out for this. I just want to give up. You know, I can't protect Pyra and Mithra. I'm not worthy of being a driver. Blah blah blah. And then Bridget and Nia knock some sense into Rex. Like, they literally beat him up and like slap him and throw him around. And then Rex gets interrupted by being summoned to the king's palace, and he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna tell you actually what happened. I took Pyra because Indal said, hey, I know that you are basically lying to everyone that Tantalese people are descendants of Adam, the hero who fought in the Aegis War 500 years ago. And Indal said that I believe basically what happened was that Indal originally was going to keep this a secret. In exchange, Tantal has to give Indal lots and lots of core chips because core chips are good for war and business. And so we start to find out that Indal isn't exactly the religious capital and holy place that we think it is, much to our surprise. And then basically in that letter that Amalthus told us to give to the king of Tantal, basically he's going to stop. He's not going to hold his end of the bargain anymore. And the king's like, okay, I'm just going to destroy the Aegis because that's what Amalthus wants. So once I destroy the Aegis, nobody can use the Aegis for their own purposes anymore. But obviously that didn't happen, and Pyra ends up getting taken. And then we are summoned, now flashback, or go back to where we were. The king says, hey, actually there's a third store of the Aegis. It doesn't make sense that a mere blade like Jin is able to defeat the legendary Aegis. There must be a way. It must mean that the Aegis is just not at her maximum potential. And he says, yeah, there's actually a third sword of the Aegis that's sealed away in this place known as the Spirit Crucible Alpes, which is where we are at now, trying to find that third sword so we can go and rescue Pyra and Mithra. And so the gimmick of this place is that no blade besides Poppy can reach max affinity and charge up specials beyond tier 1. This is one of the most frustrating places for a casual playthrough because it's very long and convoluted. All your blades get nerfed, and on top of that, you don't have access to Pyra Mithra anymore. And this is, if you're like me in your casual playthrough, you only use Pyra and Mithra. So when they're taken away from you for this point of the run, it really sucks because you don't have any other blades that you've built up so far. But fortunately for a speedrun, we do have other blades for that. There's actually a fight at the end of this chapter against phantasms.
Stay still.
And I'll explain that fight later. But basically, right now, while we head to the end of this dungeon, where there are 2 field skill checks, I'm going to be aggroing more monsters and hopefully getting a G on.
Stay still.
Yeah, so this is just going to be a long-running section. Again, these dungeons just get longer and longer as the game kind of progresses. So I think we do have time for a donation if we have one loaded up.
We definitely do have some donations. We just got a $250 donation
Whoa.
from D's Bits. saying, I really enjoyed Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and I am hyped for Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Good luck with the run. Now get this, that went to Pyra. So, I'm going to read one more donation beforehand, but I just want to let you know where the total is. $1,519.19 for Pyra. $1,134 for Mithra. So everybody, we're on the last chapter before we're going to be closing off the incentive. You've only got, look, how long do you think we've got till the actual incentive cutoff?
Probably say about 20-25 minutes.
You heard it here, 20-25 minutes before the incentive cutoff. And then I've got $15 from Pika Stroff. Now, hear me on this one. Pika Stroff has written a ballad for you. So, did you ever hear of the tragedy of Naya, the friend-zoned one? I thought not. It's not a story Rex would tell you. Naya was a healer, so powerful and so wise that she could save the ones she loved from dying. The only thing she feared was to lose her love, which eventually, of course, she did. Rex loved her, and all of you guys. Ironic. She could heal everyone, but not her poor heart. $15 of that donation goes to Pyra. Thank you, Pikastroff, for the ballad of a message there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all your donations.
That's insane. Pyro's way ahead.
Pyro's way ahead.
Where are my Mithra fans at? Let's go.
Yeah, come on, Mithra fans. You can still do this.
Do you want me to tell you exactly how much they're ahead?
Go for it.
So, from my calculations, which I'm not very good at math, it's over $280 ahead.
Whoa.
Wait, no, that's wrong.
You know, they say never,
$380 ahead.
$300.
they say never do math on stream, right?
Well, I try my best.
There's still time, though,
There's
for
time.
y'all Mithra fans to get your donations in. Okay, so right now we're at the Cenotaph Bridge. You can actually do a zombie hover here, but it's pretty risky and there's a high chance that you can crash the game. So I'm going to do a safer method instead, which is to jump down here, grab the ladder. And along the way I can actually aggro this monster as well for extra Aegeon counts.
Turns out just grabbing the ladder, you don't take any fall damage.
Yeah. Okay, so we should get Aegeon pretty soon. Hopefully by the end of this next chamber here. So yep, at the after these next couple of chambers, there are going to be 2 field skill checks. The first one's going to be free fire mastery and 2 wind mastery, and then the next one's going to be free ancient wisdom and 2 keen eye. So that's why I've overdrive some blades around just to make the menus a bit smoother. We're gonna have the fire mastery from Bridget plus 2 fire blades, which we've pulled just now, and then the wind mastery is also gonna come from the blades. And then for ancient wisdom, we are gonna have the last one from Aegeon, and I mentioned Dromark and Corvin just now. And then on top of that, we also have the keen eye, which we overdrived Agate to Morag, and then we also have 1 keen eye from Bridget.
Stay still.
I really hope that I get Aegeon from this.
Yeah, so just kind of keeping track of like all the various things that you have to do in this run, and just the really, really smart routing. Some of it is done on the fly, some of it is like pre-planned, but just being able to minimize your time in menus and maximize your time running around, because obviously there's a ton of running around in this game. It really is one of the hallmarks of a good runner, and it's impressive to watch Quadra do it live.
Okay, I think I wasn't really I didn't really keep track of my aggros just now, so I'm just
Oh, it's all good.
do we have a Aegeon yet?
Should be pretty close.
If I interrupt for a donation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good.
Solrus. I think Solrus is wanting Mithra because they just donated $160 saying, I said, close the gap! So, we're now
Oh wait, we
at...
already have a Aegeon. What am I doing?
That was a huge donation, though. Thank you.
So we're at $1,519.99 from Pyra, $1,294 for Mithra. Mithra is climbing up right now.
Let's go.
That gap is closing.
I just totally didn't notice that I already got a Gion. I think I was too focused on giving commentary for the story there. But anyway, once we got a Gion, we actually want to get some insects here. That's to unlock Ancient Wisdom. And we really want to avoid this spotter here that will aggro us.
Yeah, there's an elite enemy right there that will aggro you, even though you have your enemy aggression turned off.
Okay, now I'm going to do a bit of menuing. I'm going to unlock Ancient Wisdom on Dromark. Then I'm going to equip some blades just to make sure that I can get past these field skill checks. The fire and wind, and then you get the wind, and the fire, and then you will go to Aegeon and get Ancient Wisdom. And that's going to set us up for these next 2 field skill checks.
Yeah, again, just keeping track of this on the fly. Again, you can only have your 3 party members out. Each of them can only have 3 blades. So making sure you have like the correct combination on the correct people to get past these field skill checks while minimizing your inputs in the menu is something that is very very impressive.
Very well.
Yep, and at the end of this dungeon, there's actually a fight, like I said, against the Phantasms. The gimmick of that fight is that they have a skill called Multus, which when at low HP, they will start to multiply, which you can imagine is really annoying. And basically, they will keep multiplying until a certain number of times they've multiplied, and then the fight will stop. But obviously, that's really slow. Instead, what we can do is we can actually take them out before they use Multus, and we can do that if we just kill them very quickly with Crossset, who, despite not being able to reach max affinity and only being able to get her tier 1, because she's so strong with her Gathering Sparks, we can actually still take out the Phantasms pretty easily. So again, I want most of the damage to come from Crossset. That's why I'm gonna put Tora in the party, and then I'm just gonna swap around the blades again.
Yeah, at this point, Tora does basically no damage, so it's going to be able to be very controlled from the one player character that you're able to have full control over.
Yup, so this is actually one of the fights that you do not want more AoE. You want to take out the Phantasms one at a time without much AoE. If you get too much AoE, you can actually push them into Multus range, and there's nothing much you can do about that. So hopefully we get to see a nice and clean fight here.
Yeah, so you don't really want your NPCs like kind of going awry and pushing them into that HP threshold where they will duplicate, because that'll just waste a whole bunch of time. So you just have your main character Nia here, and she will be the one controlled, and you'll be able to bring them down one at a time and make sure that you don't unnecessarily push them into that phase.
Mind if I interrupt for a donation?
I think after this fight, there's going to be plenty of time to read donations.
No problem.
Yeah, so there's 4 Phantasms here, and again, as the damage kind of ramps up, so again, Nia with the Gathering Sparks is ramping up damage that way, as well as when so she can't hit the max affinity in this fight, but once you get that 500% bonus, it gets easier to burst these guys down and make sure that they don't duplicate. So there's 2 down. 3rd one is in the danger zone, so you want to... Oh,
there we go. There's
okay,
Multus.
good. Oh, so okay, so you see right there, it did duplicate itself, and now you have to deal with another Phantasm. So this fight can pretty quickly get out of control.
No.
Oh, there's evasion again. Another Multus. That you don't want to see that. Alright, so there's one that's low. Okay, cool. So these other 2 are fairly high on HP. Quadra should be able to focus them down and make sure that they don't
Okay, yeah, this should be the last one. That was pretty unlucky because I got too much AoE, exactly what I said that I didn't want. And I couldn't really help that because they just decided to stand like too close to each other. But the upside of this is that it actually gives you more XP, so we are pretty much guaranteed to be at the required level here for this next section. So yeah, do take it away with the donations. We have a bit of time here.
What have I told you? Another $250 donation just came in from these bits.
Crazy.
Do you want to know where they allocated it?
Mithra.
Pyra, no way around it is their comment. So, get this, $1,769.99 for Pyra. Mithra, $1,294. There is just under $500 between them. How long have we got left?
Probably say like 15 to 20 minutes.
It's closing down, everybody. 15 minutes. You've got only a short amount of time between Mithra and Pyra. Let's go.
Oh, Pyra's running away.
Yeah, I know the Mithra fans want to close that gap, so you got to get in there and donate some more money to an amazing cause.
There is still much to learn.
Okay, nice. So we are at the level that we want to be, which is basically level 49 with Nia. Rex and Morag doesn't really matter which level they're at. But Nia, you want to be at level 49. That's going to guarantee that she's going to hit level 51 in the next chapter. And this is where levels start to become very, very important. Because there is a hidden mechanic where being 10 levels lower than an enemy increases their break resistance by 20. So the next boss, in the first big boss in the next chapter is going to be at level 60. So if we're level 50 with Nia, that's going to be extra 20% break resistance. And that's going to be really bad because we really want to set up a big chain attack on that boss for XP for the rest of the run. And we're going to want to get a nice break for that. So here in the Cliffs of Moritha, this is where Pyra is being held captive by Malos and Jin. I'm going to make a quick stop at the accessory shop to buy a bunch of items. The male loincloth and the charming swimsuit. These are going to boost the damage of the driver if the equipped blade is of a different gender. And then the boxer vambraces are going to give a 35% increase in damage as long as the enemy has a higher level than you. And basically every enemy from this point onwards is just going to be higher leveled. So that's going to be a nice 35% increase in our damage. So right here we are going to need one free wind mastery for the next field skill check. I actually need to equip a wind blade onto Nia right now. Because I wasn't able to give one to Morag earlier. So it's just a tiny bit of extra menuing, but that's why I was trying to find a wind blade to overdrive to Morag back in chapter 5. Not too big of an issue. But this next fight is against Malos, and he's basically just trying to stall time. He's trying to stall time to extract data from Pyra so that he can recover to his original form or original strength. Turns out that in the Aegis War, he was severely injured by Mithra, and so now he's not at his full strength, and he's trying to use Pyra to recuperate. So here's the field skill check that I mentioned. It's gonna need free wind mastery. And after another field skill check, I'm going to do a very important menu before Malos. So if you recall, we did purchase a bunch of items in Moradane, which I said we were only going to use in Chapter 7. Now we're actually going to use them. So the first item is called the Zero Battle Course. This is a very nice item because it makes it so that for the driver who has the Zero Battle Course equipped, if they land the finishing blow on an enemy, this increases XP gained by the entire party by 25%. And this is what's going to guarantee that Nia hits level 51. If you don't have the Zero Battle Course, you actually need a joint combo finish on the last fight of this chapter, or this next fight, I guess. But with the Zero Battle Course, you don't have to wait for joint combo finish. So it just makes things a lot more consistent and safer. Again, you really want to be level 51 for the next chapter, just to make your life a lot easier.
Yeah, so that Zero Battle Course is actually going to go on Rex, because for some reason he's about to get very, very powerful. I wonder why that might be.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to put Tora back in the party because he's not useful anymore. Sorry, Tora. I'm going to remove everyone except Corvin on Rex because I do not want Rex to be swapping around. I only want Corvin. I'm going to give this skill called Mutual Happiness to Nia. This is going to increase our party gauge whenever we get excellent in a QTE. It's going to be pretty useful for some fights later. And gonna give Morag the Charming Swimsuit, and then Rex the Box of Embraces and the Zero Battle Course that I mentioned just now. With the Pouch Expansion Kit, which we got from Giga Rosa, we're gonna finally use it and give Rex Love Beyond the Clouds, which we purchased in Moradin. Oh, I forgot to give Crossset back to Nia. There we go. And Love Beyond the Clouds is gonna be very important for Rex. It's a really good pouch item. It gives an increase in base affinity, so basically he's gonna reach max affinity very, very quickly. It also gives an increase in blade special damage, which is gonna be very useful for getting some extra damage in. And then it also gives Rex extra specials recharge to get his specials up a lot quicker. So now we have a fight here against Mallows. This is the first fight, or one of the few fights, where we actually do not use Crossset to finish it. So the strat here is going to be setting up a Nuclear Blast with Corbin. You really want to be careful in this fight because you want to avoid a skill known as Monado Armor, which Mallows will use when it's down to a certain threshold of HP.
Yeah, so a lot of these fights, they have things that start happening when they get to lower HP. In particular, so Malice, in particular, Malice becomes a very, very tanky boy. So you want to burst him down past that point so he doesn't get a chance to cast that armor.
And hopefully, yep, there we go. He didn't use Monado Armor, so this should be able to take him out here,
Yeah,
or put him very close to dying.
So he can use that Monado Armor in that like brief second between quadra chaining these blade arts onto him.
Oh, there we go. I like how Mallows says, hey, no cheating here, when he literally uses Monado Armor in like a split second before you use Nuclear Blast. Like, he literally just like teleports from being like blown down into standing, and then he uses Monado Armor in some of those fights. So he's clearly the cheater here, not us. But yeah, that was a really good fight, no Monado Armor. It's a skill that reduces all damage received by 90%. Basically makes it so that we're going to lose like 40 to 50 seconds because we're going to have to do an extra Nuclear Blast and wait for Monado Armor to expire. And that's really slow. So right now we're going to head into the final fight of this chapter. It's going to be against both Jin and Mallows. And it's going to be a two-phase fight. And the first phase, we're going to want to grab a few potions and then build up our chain as quickly as possible and chain Jin. We only need to bring Jin down to about 50% HP to trigger the next phase of the fight. The first phase is really where you need to be careful because if Mallows, if you do too much damage and do not get your chain up in time, Mallows is going to use Monado Armor, which basically just means that you lose the fight.
Yeah, so we are nearing the end of this chapter. I see we have a donation that came in. You want to read that off?
Absolutely. We've got two donations. One from Rex, spelled R-H-E-X, saying, I keep hearing my name everywhere. Oh! It's because Quad is running my game, of course. Hopefully I've been helping out properly instead of my usual shenanigans. Good luck in the last stretch. Also, I'm a sucker for redheads. And so that's $50. That $50 went to Pyra. And we got $50 from Fate that says, come on, Mithra fans, let's help our favorite simpleton win this poll. Thank you very much for the 50.
Y'all can still snipe it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of time left. Get those donations in.
Right, but speaking of sniping, we're going to try to snipe Jin in this chain attack. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to go on Mallows there. That's fine. Okay, it's fine since I targeted Mallows anyway. Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, now that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
So yeah, setting up the chain attack here. Again, the chain attacks are just really powerful because the enemy just doesn't get a chance to act while you're doing it. It is at the expense of that resource of the party bar, so a lot of these later fights are going to revolve around manipulating to make sure you have that party bar when you need it.
Yep, okay, so I didn't really do what I said I was going to do, but it worked out in the end anyway. I actually used to chain Mallows, but I just found out that it was slightly more consistent to chain Jin, so Mallows actually does work out still. We did manage to get Jin in the AoE of the AoE of that attack anyway, so it all worked out.
So now we have this really shiny green blade. I wonder who that could be. So we have now we have Numa. And Numa is an incredibly powerful blade that has access to all of the different elements, so she can chain off of any attack, as well as just has insane stats. And now Rex is going to be doing so much damage. So we're going to be heading onto an Ice Tier 3 here to try to finish off this fight.
Yep, I actually did get quite a late Monado armor here, so I'm actually going to delay my Tier 2 here and build up to a Tier 3 instead. But basically what I'm going to try to do, yeah, like Sunny said, I'm going to build up to a Diamond Mist here, which is going to AoE and kill both of them.
So yeah, you can see them just taking like absolutely no damage at all.
So yeah, I'm going to see if Nia can get a break here. Okay, I guess not, but it's fine. We should have enough damage. Here, Mallows will definitely go down. I'm not sure about Jin, but we should have enough damage. Oh, there we go. There it is.
Yep.
Very nice fight.
Yeah, that went really smooth. Other than the Monado armor just wasting a bunch of time.
Yeah, he's always guaranteed to use Monado armor there, so it's just it's good because it buys you time to set up that combo. So yeah, now we are done with Chapter 7, and right after starting Chapter 8, we will need to pick between Pyra and Mithra.
Yeah, if you have any last-minute donations and you want to snipe Mithra, let's see it.
Okay, so right before that, I'm gonna do a very quick menu just to put the box, the male loincloth on Rex. We don't need a 0 battle course anymore. Right now, we just want extra damage for that shiny new blade we just got. And yep, I will be needing to pick between Pyra and Mithra now, so may I know who is the winner of this bid war?
Pyra is the winner at $1,819.99. Pyra wins. Pyra wins.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for your donations. Now, let's try to do both Pyra and Mithra fans some justice in the rest of the speedrun.
Can I just acknowledge that we actually raised $3,113.99 for that bid incentive? Can we get a round of applause for that amount of money raised? That is amazing. Thank you to everybody who donated towards that incentive. You raised so much money there. Be proud of yourselves. Thank you so much.
That is an absolutely insane amount of money for just one bid war. So
yeah, thank you so much.
Xenoblade fans coming out.
Okay, so right after hitting max affinity here, I'm going to use lightning bolt here. Notice I'm using lightning bolts like a few frames faster than using gamma ray. So more about Numa. She is actually the ascended form of the Aegis. So quote-unquote true form of the Aegis, not actually Mithra. Numa is really, really strong, as you might have seen from just now. Like Sunny said, she does give you access to any blade combo in the game. And on top of that, she also gives your party some really nice buffs. So she gives your party 50% evasion and accuracy buffs. And also guaranteed critical chance, which is very nice for damage. And then on top of that, the most important thing is that, oh, failed some platforming here, but it's fine. The most important thing about Numa is that she decreases all enemy break resistance by 50% flat. And that is humongous because it's basically going to allow us to very consistently break enemies to set up huge fusion combos. And in this next boss fight, not the upcoming fight, but the next boss fight of this chapter, that's going to allow us to set up a huge overkill, which would set our levels up for the rest of this run. So now we have a fight against the Godo Horde, basically the same Godo which we fought just now, except now there are like a dozen of them. If you're unlucky, Rex can actually die, so I'm going to try to rush Numa as quickly as possible. And the strat here is to use a Gamma Ray, which has an AoE. If we're lucky, we can actually get all of them in this AoE.
Yeah, so you're waiting to see this party bar fill up, because that's one of the conditions to summon Numa. For Rex to get super, super powerful, there's the party bar full in the top left. And now we should be seeing Numa come out right now.
Yep, just in time.
And that is hitting everything.
Yep, Numa's tier 3 basically kills like every... Oh, why didn't I get...
One of them ran away. What is he doing? He's dodging.
Okay, never mind. This should be good.
So again, just a lot of enemies, and you just want to hit as much AoE on them as possible.
You shall not
Oh.
prevail.
Okay, this was kind of annoying
Yeah.
because basically what happened was that I think Jin killed the Gudo, which I was setting up the Gamma Ray on, which basically made it fizz out. So I didn't get the Gamma Ray there. But fortunately for us, a good backup you can do is Numa's tier 2. Both her tier 2 and tier 3 hit like every enemy on the field. And Numa has some gargantuan special ratios as well. She actually has higher ratios than Corvin just because Corvin's affinity chart isn't developed yet. Corvin does have the highest specials in the game, but for the purposes of the speedrun, Numa actually has higher ratios for her specials. Numa is a very powerful blade for the speedrun. In like post-game content, she actually does fall off because she comes with a fixed attack stat which you cannot develop. But again, in speedrun we're not going to do that, so we have access to just the base stats of Numa, which is already really, really strong. A bit of platforming I can do here to save running around the entire womb there.
Yeah, a little bit of parkour here. Just trying to get Rex up to this ledge.
There you go.
Don't worry.
That was pretty quick, not too bad. And yeah, now we're gonna head into the next boss fight. It's gonna be against the Infernal Guldo. And this is gonna be a two-phase fight. The first phase is going to be just with Mithra, and the strat is going to be to set up a flame bolt, which is electric into fire. And again, we can do that because Numa can control all the elements. And then the second phase, we're gonna get Nia and Morag back into the party, and then we're going to try to set up a really big mega explosion into a chain for chain attack. I mean for XP and mainly
The
XP.
overkill.
Yeah, big overkill for mainly XP. It's the last chain we're going to do for the entire run, hopefully.
I'll let you know if it starts flat.
Yeah, so again, this is one of the enemies where it's really, really important that you hit that level requirement. If you were level 50 in this, you'd have that 20% reduction to the break 20% more break resistance on the enemy, and that just makes it so you can't really combo all of your damage into it. And these enemies are starting to get hit really, really hard, so it's very important to hit your damage combos.
Alright, nice detail about this first phase. You notice that I waited for it to use Elemental Copy. This is because Numa hits every elemental weakness, which multiplies her damage by 1.2 times. This is gonna give me a bit more damage to push him to that threshold there. So now I'm gonna get Nia and Morai back in the party. Gonna want to get at least 2 potions and try to set up a break.
Yeah, so just a reminder, those 2 potions with the Gathering Sparks. That's going to be, I think at this point, 160% extra damage. And then getting everything set up here. So there's Morag doing the, starting off the tier 1. We're going to wait for the Numa tier 3 here. So watch on that bottom right, on the bottom right side. Tier 3 is now available. And then we're going to hit cross set for the tier 4.
Yep, this should be good.
All with
It also copied my light element, which is really good because now it's not going to resist my mega explosion anymore, which gives me a lot more damage. Okay, I think this should be enough for a good overkill.
Yeah, so basically you blade comboed tier 3, a tier 4, and the chain all within that single break. So that's going to cause just a huge damage within a very, very small window.
Yeah, we should have enough damage here. I think Numa is going to be able to get the last bit of XP that we need from the chain here. Hopefully you can get up to about 300%. That would be ideal. Not quite. Not quite, but I think this should still be fine, actually.
Yeah, you've been pretty good about getting your finishes.
I would have liked to get the break with Crossset. That would have lasted a bit longer than the Morax break. But I think this should still be doable.
Yeah, now we're finally on the world tree.
Yeah,
Several hours after we left.
Yeah, finally, like 8 chapters later, we're actually at the world tree.
And again, as is tradition, this tree is gigantic, and these dungeons just keep getting bigger.
Yep, in fact, the world tree is going to be the final dungeon of the game. It's going to span 3 chapters all the way until the end of the game, and we're actually going to realize something about this world tree. It's not actually a tree, it's actually a giant tower that extends all the way into space, and this is where sci-fi elements really start to kick in, and you realize that, hey, this is actually a Xeno game. So I really love the world building by Monolith Soft. You can always count on them to have some really nice dungeons, really nice lore. And yeah, I just really enjoy this part of the game.
All right, I think we got a little bit of time here for any announcements that you wanna make.
Absolutely. I would love to talk to you a bit more about the charity that we are raising money for, which is Alzheimer-Fonden. The goal of the council's work is to get the maximum dividends on the research money for affected patients and their relevance. And their goal is also to be an important research financier in this work. In the absence of effective medicines, it is important to research the best preventative measures for Alzheimer's disease. If you don't know, Alzheimer's is a progressive disease where dementia symptoms gradually worsen over several years. In its early stages, memory loss is mild, but with late-stage Alzheimer's, individuals lose the ability to carry on a conversation and respond to their environments. So all of your money goes towards research, the funding for cures and medicines. It goes a seriously long way. So all of the money that you all raise towards the name choice between Pyra and Mithra, that is a lot of money. That's $3,100 that you all raised. And you may be potentially saving a life. So thank you all incredibly so much for your donations. But the bid incentives are not over yet. We are actually under $50 for the Record of Lodos War Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth Out of Bounds Showcase. The actual run will be out of boundsless, but we can actually show off some out of bounds showcasing. So just under $50, and I think we actually do have a donation coming in if you have time for a donation.
Yeah, go ahead. There's a lot of traveling in this chapter.
Lovely. Username Meals is back with $20, saying, oh, one of the things no one mentioned about Pyra is that she could do a flip. Also, do you never use launch and smash in the speedrun?
There are... we pretty much will never see Smash in a speedrun. But launch, there is a really small chance that you can see it. Basically, for the Rampaging Arden fight where Vandam inserts himself into the party, he actually has a launch art. So after Rex topples, there's a chance that Vandam can actually launch the Arden, which is actually good because I didn't mention this because it's not really very useful, but Crossset actually has a skill on her skill chart, which increases damage done to launch enemies by a huge amount. So if you do get a launch for that fight, it generally means that the fight's going very well. But yeah, apart from that, you will pretty much never ever see launch, and by extension, you'll never ever see smash. So yeah, thank you so much for all the donations. Really blown away by the support for our Aegis girls here. And we are making our way up this world tree.
New locale.
And we're actually going to do a little skip here. It's going to be called the nuclear dump skip. So we actually have to casually, or the game actually intends us to go to another room to retrieve, to actually clear out the water in this room. But then what we can do is we can actually squeeze through this little hole here. So hopefully we'll just go at it really slowly and we can just zip into, squeeze right into it. There we go.
Yeah, so Nia is a cat and can just become liquid and go straight through that hole.
Exactly, and I'm gonna do a little menu. It's the same as the tardy gate clip, I kind of want to change my party around so that I can grab onto that ladder here. Gonna give Rex the skill called Drive to Win, which increases party gauge gain every time he lands a crit. And now that we have Numa, we can probably explain why crits are gonna be so important. But before that, I'm gonna put Wolfric, and then take Dromark off of Nia, and then I'm gonna give Rock and Corvin to Morag. So I want to give 2 attacker blades, or I want to give Wolfric plus Rock to Rex, because the more attacker blades you have on a driver, the more damage they will deal. In fact, with 3 attacker blades on Rex right now, I have a 30% bonus to his damage. And I want to start, I want to put Corvin on Morag because we don't have any use for Corvin on Rex anymore. Morag's going to be a much better driver, and we're going to want Corvin in the first slot for Morag, so she starts off with Corvin. And now that we get Numa, getting critical hits actually starts to become very important, because critical hits get you party gauge, and to activate Numa, you need to meet 2 conditions. The first is you have to be at max affinity with Pyra and Mithra. This is why we have stuff like the Hunter's Chemistry and also Love Beyond the Clouds on Rex, basically hitting max affinity instantly. And the second thing you need is that you need to have full party gauge. And that is why critical hits become so important, because they are the main way that you will be able to charge up your party gauge. And the Drive to Win skill on Rex just makes it so that you charge up your party gauge a lot quicker. That's also why we give the Lodronite chip to Mithra for a high critical rate. And on top of that, Corvin has a skill on his skill tree, or on his affinity chart, which increases party gauge gain by for every critical hit that you deal, and that's actually a really large amount that he gives. So that's why we give the critical up to core chip, Ox Core to Corvin, because we really want Corvin to be getting those critical hits. And really nice thing with Corvin as well is that he also gets a really high critical rate with the Shining Star chips that we gave him earlier. So yeah, our entire party right now is just set up to get Numa as quickly as possible. Because she's such a powerful blade, we really want to take advantage of what she can offer to our party. Now we're just going to make our way up the world tree, continue making way up the world tree. At the end of this chapter, there's actually going to be a kind of a mini boss fight. The game just kind of likes to end every chapter with a fight. So in this case, it's kind of intended to be a boss fight, but it's not really a boss fight. It's kind of a pushover. Especially because we have Mithra or Numa. We're going to make very quick work of it. But yeah, while we are going there, we probably have some time for some donations.
Absolutely. We've got a $15 anonymous donation with no comments, but they put their $15 towards the I Want to Be the Boshi any percent. Dark Boshi average, no, I think the run is the Dark Boshi average no wrong warp, but it goes towards the Cheatman boss incentive. So thank you so much, Anonymous, for your $15 donation.
Thank you so much. And right after getting out of this elevator, we are going to actually come out of the world tree for a moment here. So we've been climbing all the way from the base of the world tree in what's known as the Land of Morpha. Basically, after beating Jin and Mallows in the Cliffs of Morpha just now in Chapter 7, we actually fall all the way down into the void and end up in this place called the Land of Morpha, just a really desolate place. And from there, we managed to access the world tree and climb our way up here.
Yeah, this is like one of the most visually impressive scenes of the game.
Yeah, and you can see that basically what happened is that it's revealed that Amalthus is actually a bad guy. Haha, I totally didn't expect that. And now he's controlling the entire Titan, the Indoline Titan, and he's like attacking. It's like trying to stop us from ascending the world tree. And so he sicks like his minions and this giant bird on us. We really want to get full party gauge, so that's why we have Corvin. Nice thing for us is that Mithra's tier 2 actually hits like everything on the screen. And on top of that, we have a really high crit rate on Mithra. So pretty much with just one tier 2, I'm gonna be able to get max party gauge immediately.
Yeah, just watch how quickly that party gauge shoots up. It's insane. So now, out comes Numa, and we have tons and tons of damage with her. It's going to make very short work of this boss not boss.
Yep, I actually don't need a supernova here. This is just in case Nia doesn't give me the break I want quickly. She actually did give it to me in the end.
The little sliver.
Yeah, one of the ads just live here, but it's fine. Just gonna take it right out. So yep. So if you get a break there, or if you get a break, you can actually use a lightning bolt on that inline star, which should be able to kill it or put it very close to dying. Or you could also topple it and use a lightning bolt as well, which would always kill it. So yep, that's the end of chapter 8. And right now we are into chapter 9. And there's not going to be much that's going on in this chapter. Basically, what's going to happen is we're going to climb up the world tree just a bit more, and then we're going to have 2 fights at the end of chapter 9. The first is against Jin. This is going to be our 3rd fight against Jin. And then the next fight will be against Amalthus. We finally get to confront Amalthus, who's trying to stop us from ascending the world tree.
Yeah, there's also a really sick clip in this chapter.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you all about it. It's such a good clip. So this is the infamous door clip. It's like over 3 hours into the run, and normally what you have to do to get past this door, if you were doing it casually, is you would need, like, I believe it's like 7 electric mastery and 4 levels of focus. Which is a field skill that Pyra and Mithra and Wolfric have. Obviously, it's really slow to level up all those levels of focus. I believe you have to, like, I don't know what are the requirements for it, but it's really slow to get it. And on top of that, 7 electric mastery, that's like basically you're never gonna have that in the speedrun unless you get really I would say unlucky, because every time you pull an electric blade, it can actually be an earth blade, so it's 50-50. So if you're unlucky enough to lose the coin flip 7 times or so, then I guess you can consider, but overall it's just going to be a giant waste of time getting the required field skills to get past that door, which is why we just clip right through it. And the door clip is very simple. Basically, you just throw yourself at a door and hopefully you clip through. And if that sounds very jank, that is absolutely because it is. The thing about the door clip is that it is not 100% consistent. So runners like to say that it is 50% luck and 50% skill. You kind of just know where you want to throw yourself at, but it's just like a rough area. It's not like there's no 100% guaranteed setup for it. Unlike the factory clip, where you know if you fail, it's probably because you made a mistake. But with the door clip, it's just there. It's most of the time, or like half of the time, it's like not really in your control. So yeah, we're gonna just hope that we get a really good door clip here. But I'm usually pretty consistent with the door clip. I usually get it within 30 seconds to 1 minute. But sometimes it can take runners like a couple of minutes, like maybe even 4 minutes if they're really unlucky.
It's a good thing it's only 3 hours into the run, right?
Oh yeah, Alright, so yeah, this is kind of like the calm before the storm. You can see a giant mecha in the background just like fighting the inline titan. And that's actually a Tornin battleship. Mikhail is actually piloting that. It's a really interesting cutscene because Amalthus, it's revealed that Amalthus actually took half of Van Lenorn's core crystal, so that's where it went missing. And then he's using it to restrict like all the blades that we have right now. And Petroka and Akos are flesh eaters, so they also get restricted by that power. Basically, Van Lenorn has the power to restrict all blades. I forgot to mention that. But yeah, then Amalthus tries to restrict Mikhail, and he's like, why is it not working? And then Mikhail's like, actually, I'm not a blade. I'm a blade eater. So that's kind of like flesh eater, except like he's actually a human with a blade implanted in him.
Yeah, so this is the infamous door clip. Quadra's basically just gonna eat himself at this door until you eventually clip in. It's really not like he was talking about earlier. It's really not feasible to get the required field skills to open this door. So this is really the best way of doing it.
I think I'm gonna change my. Okay, just gonna set up a different angle. Maybe it helps me. We got this really quickly in practice.
Yeah, you got it like second try.
like fourth try or something.
That's okay. It'll eventually get there.
Yeah, almost clipped through there. You can see like Rex just vibrating a bit. It means like we almost clipped through.
Do you mind if I take a few moments to talk about some of the prizes that you can win?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Oh, there you go.
That's what we needed. We needed prizes.
Yeah. Okay, what's my prize for getting this door clip?
The prize is my respect right there. Sorry, but did you know that if you donate right now, $30 minimum, and it is a cumulative throughout the whole marathon, but only for the next 45 minutes, you can win yourself a Kingdom Hearts 3 Deluxe Edition box sets, PlayStation 4 Deluxe Edition. So you've only got about 45 minutes, so if you want to be able to win that, minimum of $30. And we recently opened up as well a Xenoblade metal poster with a minimum of $15. So again, this is all cumulative, and this runs for, I think, for a day and a bit possibly. So make sure you get your donations in. Do we have time for a donation actually?
Yeah, go ahead.
Zero Kieran donates $20, and they were very sweet there. They say, great reading, Nico, and really enjoying the Xenoblade run so far. Let's keep working to say game over to Alzheimer's. And that goes towards the Cheetahman boss of I Want to Be the Boshi any percent. Thank you very much, Zero Kieran, for the $20.
All right, so here we have like the longest elevator section of the entire game, so you can have a bit of time to chill here, stretch if you need to.
Are there any incentives coming up that you want to plug?
I absolutely could. Thank you very much for throwing it over. We actually do have that Record of Lodos War, the Lift in Wonder Labyrinth, the Outer Bounds showcase. Bowie, the hero, will showcase some Outer Bounds tomfoolery after his run. We are at $1,453.55 out of the acquired $1,500. So again, just shy of $50 left. I'm sure we can meet that by the end of this run, right?
Yeah.
Of course we can.
We also, as we recently had a donation for, it was the Cheetahman boss for I Want to Be the Boshi. That is currently sitting at $781.87 out of $2,000. So I'd love to see some love for both of those bid incentives. Again, thank you very much, everybody, for all of the donations coming through. You've been incredible, but also, chat, stay hydrated.
Thank you so much for the donations. So we're actually headed right into the next two fights here. Before that, I'm actually going to take an inn over at Corrine's house. We really want to take this inn because it's going to be the last inn to set our levels up for the rest of the run. And also, we want to be of a higher level, otherwise Jin is just going to completely shred through our HP. Okay, let's look at our levels here. I hope Nia's level... Oh, she's not at level 60. That's really... Oh, she just missed it. It's really frustrating. Okay.
There is still much to learn.
Okay, so I'm gonna... At this level, I'm gonna want to try to finish Jin with a fusion combo. It's gonna give me the necessary levels for the last boss. If I don't, then I'm gonna have to chain a Malthus just to get extra... XP. I won't be able to show off the really cheesy strat that we have.
That's really unfortunate that it was that close too.
Yeah. Like I think like just 1% more of overkill on the Gudo might have given us the required XP there.
That's okay. We didn't have to watch the extra chain, so it's worth it, right?
Yeah. Okay, so Jin here can be a bit stressful. He has a lot of evasion arts, and you really don't want to land your specials into his evasion arts. You want to do 2 blade specials for this fight. The first is going to be a supernova with Myth Numa, and then the next one's going to be Heaven's Both. A nice break there.
So yeah, getting the chain started here.
Okay, nice topple there.
Yep, then we're gonna be chaining that. So the photon.
Oh, that's gonna do so much damage.
Yeah, yep. Into the supernova. Alright.
Okay, that's our first special. No evasion arts here, so that's really nice. If Nia gets a really well-timed break here, I might be able to get him with a fusion combo.
Yeah, so Numa is out right now. We're really hoping that Jin doesn't use the evasion because Numa is only on a limited timer. So your burst window has to be when he does not do that. So just charging up. It looks like we'll be okay.
So I'm gonna hope that Nia breaks Jin here.
Come on, Nia, do your job.
Please break.
Oh, there's the break.
There we go.
No evasion. Good.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, once empty moment ends, I'm gonna use cheer free here. Please kill. There we go.
All right.
Okay, that was stressful.
So that joint combo is going to make up that little bit of XP that we were short. So now we get to.
That was really clutch. That was really clutch.
Yeah.
Especially I waited for that just in case he wanted to use the evasion art, and he did.
So hopefully we get to see the swag here. We'll just let you watch this fight coming up. So this is Amathos. He is a pretty difficult boss. Quite a bit of HP. Does a lot of damage. I wonder what could possibly cheese this fight.
Yeah, I'm gonna want him to use a move called Guilty Road which will launch himself here.
Just need to wait for the break. There we go.
There we go. There's the blowdown. See you later, loser. So yeah, that's a really cheesy strat we like to call golfing or hole-in-one. And basically what happens is that Amalthus pops out of this hole and starts like really like going on a rampage and saying, hey, I'm the chosen one. I'm the one who's supposed to be meeting the architect. The architect is the god figure of this game. And yeah, we use a really cheesy strat here to kill him by launching him into the hole which he came out of. So it's like a nice it's kind of like a karma kind of thing.
Yeah, destroyed by his own hole that he.
Yeah, exactly. Really poetic ending to Amalthus there. So yeah, and that cutscene was also one of the most touching ones. So Jin, who's been fighting against us, who originally fought with us, and then started fighting against us, now sacrifices his life to kill Amalthus. And then with that, we are able to ascend the world tree into space. So yeah, we are actually in space right now. This is actually a giant space station. And we are going to meet the architect in this place called Elysium, which we were wanting to go to all along. Before that, I'm going to do a quick menu to swap around some blades. I'm going to put Bridget in the first slot because I'm going to want to take Corvin off of Morak, and you cannot take the blades there in the first slot. I forgot to mention as well that now that Rex has access to Numa, he's actually what's known as a master driver. and then he's able to use any blade that you have. So this means that the story blades, such as Jomark and Bridget, which normally you cannot unequip, Rex can actually unequip them, which is why I was able to take Jomark off for that section just now. And alright, I'm getting like the music from that side. Okay, basically, what's happening is that, oh, really?
So we're in Elysium now, and Elysium is very different than what we thought it was going to look like. It's kind of a wasteland when it's not supposed to be like that. So there's a lot of stuff going on here with the architect. Yeah, Quadra's doing a menu here. He's going to be putting like Corvin into the first slot and giving Rex Corvin over Rock. Because again, the more attack blades that you have with Rex, the more damage it does.
Okay, finally the music stopped. Okay, what happened is that oh, sorry, I was explaining the part about Master Driver. Yeah, so Jomark is not going to be very useful. Crosshead's a lot more useful for fire combos and just does a lot more damage and is more consistent in breaking. That's why we took Jomark off. And then, yeah, with Rex's Master Driver ability, we can equip other blades there on other drivers, such as Corvin right now, which we overdrive to Morak. It's because right after getting into this church here, we are actually going to fight our teammates. Going to have a mini gauntlet fighting all of our teammates here. First it's going to be against Nia, the second is against Morak, and the last one's against Zeke and Tora. And we aren't going to have Pyra and Mithra for that fight, so it's another frustrating area where you don't have Pyra and Mithra, so you have to depend on other blades which you've developed. So fortunately for us, we do have Corvin, who is a very strong blade. It's going to make very quick work of the fights in this section. We like to call the ghosts. They're kind of like apparitions of manifestations of like the deepest and darkest thoughts of our teammates, and it's basically the architect's way of testing us at this point before we actually meet him. So yeah, like I said, the architect's like the god figures of this game. He created blades and titans and everything in this world, and there's a lot of backstory. I'm not going to go too much into it because it's really an incredible story and a lot of connection to the first Xenoblade game as well. So Chapter 10 is where the fans of the first Xeno game really start to realize that, hey, there's a lot of connection with between these two games. But yeah, we're going to head into this fight. Very simple. Just use Corvin's Tier 1 to melt them.
And again, just like watch the party bar just chunk up as Rex keeps critting.
Exactly. And we're actually going to want party gauge for later as well. So yeah, I didn't quite kill there, but the DOT from Photon did take Nia out, so that's really nice. And again, the Hunter's chemistry on Corvin and Wolfric, which you have on Rex right now, is going to pay massive dividends, allowing Corvin to instantly hit max affinity for that juicy 90% attack and max affinity.
Yeah, Corvin is really, really good for that, especially with having just excellent base numbers.
Yeah, but now it's the second fight against Morak. She does have a higher block rate and higher evasion, so this fight tends to be a bit sketchier. Like there, I missed one. Gonna want a bit more damage there, and this should be enough.
Actually, yeah, that should finish off.
Hopefully she doesn't block it. Very nice. Okay.
All right, 2 fights down, 1 to go.
Yep, the last one's going to be against Zeke and Tora, so we want to use the AoE from Corvin's Tier 1 to take both of them out. We want to weaken them a bit first, though.
Yeah, you'll also notice that they were intentionally under-leveled. So like the entire time when Quadra would go to the inn and level up the other party members, Zeke and Tora were just left at whatever level they were at. So it's going to make them easier in this fight, just saving a little bit of time. So pretty small optimization.
So I'm going to lure both of them here into the AoE of Corvin's Tier 1 and should be able to take both of them out. Yep, very nice fight.
Yeah, the fight against 2 of them goes faster than the single fights.
Yeah. Alright, that is the second last fight of this run, and now we're just gonna hit straight into, or not straight into, there's a bit of running before the final boss. We have some time for donations before I start explaining what we're gonna do for the final boss.
You've got it right. We have $15 from Keaton Foos. That says, really enjoying this great commentary and run. Still haven't managed to finish this game, but despite the spoilers, I can't stop watching. Thanks for giving us all the lore too. Keep up the great work, everyone. $5 from that donation of the $15 goes towards the Record of Lodos War. Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth any percent. This, again, is for the Out of Bounds showcasing. We are just about $32 left for this incentive, and I believe it is the next one coming up, actually. So let's get some donations towards that incentive. We also have an anonymous $10 donation that reads, "Our wallets bleed, but for a good and mighty cause. Props to Quad for a great run. I wasn't expecting to enjoy this run as much as I did. Oh, and GG's to Pyro and Mithra fans. You did good." $10 goes towards the Out of Bounds showcasing again. So as I mentioned, $32 left for the incentive. Come on, let's meet it. Let's meet it.
Y'all want to see that incentive. Bowie's going to absolutely crush it.
Yep, thank you for the donations, and now we're just have a short walk before the final boss. I'm gonna do a quick menu to set our party up, and basically I only won Corvin on Morak, and then I only won Mithra on Rex, and then for Nia I'm gonna want both Wolfric and Jormark. Jormark is not gonna be doing much, but he's actually gonna make the final chain attack just a tiny bit faster by breaking the orb just a bit quicker. I'm gonna do the menu right here, so I'm gonna go over to Morak, put Corvin in the first slot, and then I'm gonna give you Bridget, and then take all of you off, and you get Wolfric and Jormark. Okay, so for this final boss fight, it's gonna be a two-phase fight. The first phase is generally very consistent. All you need to do is, you can do two things. The first thing, which I usually go for, is to get 5 to 6 potions, and then Pneuma, cross at tier 1, Pneuma tier 2 into cross at tier 4, and that will be enough damage to end that first phase. Alternatively, if you cannot get enough potions, you want to have a break with at least 4 potions. So you do not need as many potions, but you do need a break for that. For the second phase, you absolutely require a break if you want to get the absolute fastest fight. So that's what I'm going to set up. I'm going to be setting up a Mega Explosion on a break into a chain. And it's going to be a very specific setup. I'm going to do the Burnout plus Mega Explosion on the same break, which will give me a lot of extra damage going into the chain.
Alright, final battle.
Alright, so this phase is just going to be me gathering as many potions as I can as quickly as possible.
Alright, so these potions can spawn like really, really far away and in very annoying spots. So there's going to be number 3 right there. We're trying to get up to 6, and that'll cap out the bonus damage of the Gathering Sparks. That's 5. That should be able to get that one. Alright, there's 6.
You did get a break here, so just in case I didn't get a break, I do have my 6 potions here anyway. So yeah, this is going to be a cap damage, by the way, just because I know it's going to do so much damage. There you go, enjoy your cap damage.
That's a lot of 9s.
This time, I'll make sure you're dead.
Alright, for this last phase. Okay, I am going to run all the way to the side here. Notice we're at level 61, just to avoid the 20% break resistance.
Yeah, really, really smart and tight routing toward the end of this run.
Yeah, that's why I needed the fusion kill on Jin. Okay, so Siren Blaster is going to come out here. It's going to kill Nia. This is expected. Morak can die. In this case, she didn't, which is really nice. Going to save me a tiny bit of time. I'm going to set up heat immediately as I get up.
Let me do it.
Okay.
Double spinning edge.
So healing circle.
Now the
Bomber.
party bar is filled. Out
And-
comes Numa.
Okay, so now I really want the break.
Looks like it.
Alright, that is GG.
All right.
So once
Numa
I get
2-3.
burnout here, I'm gonna go Mega Explosion.
There we go.
And right after Mega Explosion, it's gonna be Chain and Win.
So all of this damage is just going into that one break window.
Yeah, this break is absolutely stacked right now. It's gonna have so much extra damage. So Jomar here is gonna break the Fire Orb a lot quicker because he's a Water Blade. Numa's gonna break the Orb here and actually increase her damage ratio. This makes Corvin's Tier 1 have a lot more damage.
As planned.
Now I'm gonna use Crossette just because she deals a tiny bit more damage than Jomark, and Numa should be able to close this out. And the time will come up when the text box in this next. Oh, actually we didn't kill.
Oh!
Okay. Okay, it's fine.
A little bit short.
Yeah, it's
Not
okay.
a big deal.
Corvin will kill.
Yeah.
Corvin will do
No,
this.
you can just kind of chill, wait for Corbin to do it.
Wait for Corvin to do this. Okay, there we go. There's time.
Sub 4.
For 3:56, that is an incredible time for a marathon.
That's insane.
If I didn't mess up some of the parts, I would have gotten second place in the marathon.
Yeah, that was a really good run
That was a
overall.
really good run. Yeah, 3:56 is an incredible time for a marathon, and I mean, obviously I did make some mistakes, but I'm really happy with my performance. Yeah, incredible run, and even more incredible, I'm so blown away by all the support that everyone gave for the bid war.
Xenoblade community came out.
It really blew my expectations out of the water, like over $3,000 raised. It's incredible. So yeah, any shout outs I want to give? Yeah, I just want to give a very quick shout out to Xenoblade community. These are a bunch of really great people. I remember when I first started running this game and just talking to them, talking to like other runners, just really eager to help, really help me improve very quickly. Some of the nicest people that you meet. I want to give a shout out as well to the Singaporean speedrunning community. Small bunch of people, but very dedicated to their craft. And yeah, thank you all again for watching and everyone who donated. Really means so much to me. And yeah, any shout outs you want to do as the commentator?
Yeah, insane run, and just shout outs to all the donators. That's like an insane amount of money to be raised for one bid war. So y'all really showed up and showed your love for this game. And Quadra, you did an absolutely amazing job on this run. You crushed it. So
Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, this last cutscene's like over 20 minutes long, so we're not gonna watch that.
Congratulations on your sub 4 hour run. That's an amazing time.
I believe this is, it might be third or fourth place, but I don't
That's
care.
still incredible. Congratulations on your run. And just before we do wrap up, we do actually have a few donations to read out. Neomatamoon donates $32 and says, only $32 for the Deedlit exhibition. Yeah. Take my money. So, of course, that incentive for Record of Lodos War Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth has been met. So, Bowie the Hero will be doing the Out of Bounds showcase coming up very shortly. Also, user Namiels also donates $21.45 that says, I don't think we'll ever get to the Lodos War incentive. But we just did. So, but they also donated their money towards the Out of Bounds showcasing, so their message contradicts themselves. Regardless, thank you both, Neo Matamoon and user Namiels, for the donations there. But coming up next, as I just mentioned, Bowie the Hero is going to be speedrunning Record of Lodos War Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth. This is actually going to be me for today for hosting, but I'm going to be leaving you in the very capable hands of Hell Yeah Corp. So stick tight, hang around. There may be some special things coming up very shortly. For the meantime, enjoy the intermission, enjoy the music, and we'll see you very, very soon.